Boom. What's up, Cynthia? Chat on screen. Everything going well. What's up, Blythe Me, Chuck, Porache, Olympus, Descriptivist, Versace. I have a little bit of a frog in my throat. Oh, no. Mefsa. What's up, Vedvart, Chimps Pimps, Sockwiz, Ogden. If it's a murder, we must be doing disco. Could you imagine? You got a frog in your throat, but I got that dog in my throat. I'm not sure if you want that. I'm not sure if that's a thing that you actively want. It's Friday, which means it's full stream watching time. Love that. Oh, man. Who did we murder? Shuko. He's dead. Rest in peace. I got her groaning, but I ain't no simp, son. That's pretty good.
Damn, it feels
I'll give you that.
Good.
That's pretty good.
What up?
Thrillo, thank you for the prime. Murder? We thought about just blaming it on minorities. It works in real life. Okay. Well, just because it works in real life doesn't mean it's good. Oh my goodness. I don't know why I can't cough this out. Happy Friday, everyone. Happy baby's 8-week birthday. Yippee! Do. Murder, She Wrote? What are you, my grandma? Dude, they just ported Roottrees Are Dead to Chinese. That rules. Big update. Huge update. Chat, who wants to place bets on how long Lumen is going to keep me on hold? Currently 15 minutes deep. Sorry, are you getting an innie? What the hell are you doing at Lumen? Is this an ARG? What's up, Deadeye? What's up, Pixel? What up, Duff Stuff? Howdy, Sleeping Lo-Fi. Do you think 8 weeks is a world record for youngest murderer? The victim is your sleep, obviously. Baby slept from midnight to 5 a.m. last night. That shit was crazy. That was crazy. They say don't get used to it because they will boom you. Point and laugh. This guy mixed up Lumen and Lumon. Oh, sorry. Is Lumen the study? What do you call it? Tutoring company? Oh, that's Kuman. Shit. Not to be confused with what I'm about to be doing later. You've not slept today and you did a 10-hour shift last night? You should probably sleep. I'm on the phone with the guys who used to be CenturyLink. Oh, an internet provider. Presumably. I didn't watch original Roottrees because I wanted to play on my own. Did you do it? This is where you have to come crawling back and say, I never did. Does the baby have any hobbies or do anything interesting? I feel like you give her so much attention and it feels like you don't love us anymore. You got first child syndrome. What's up, Denny's? What's Vitamiru? I had it right and I didn't trust myself. Are we doing Roottreemania? We are doing Roottreemania. I said yesterday that we would do Roottreemania today. Did no one believe me? I hope I don't have to remember any of the original Roottrees. Let's go. You're going to hate it. I already said I reserve the right to quit. But we're going to try. We're going to do our best. Watching on YouTube because it streams to my phone better than Twitch. Whenever any multi-streamers, I watch any multi-streamers, like YouSong, I always watch the YouTube version. It just is so much of a better experience. You also said you were going to finish Disco. Yeah, I think you're allowed to quit 30 hours in. I do think that. If I remember correctly, you did some guess and check with names. I got it down to the final 2. Everything else I did perfect. I did knowing what would be there. And then the final 2, I could not figure out who was who. And so I did just guess and check that. What's up, Rasmus? We're playing Roottrees Are Dead, but we're playing Roottreemania. Is your face cam running at a lower FPS? Shouldn't be. Looks great to me. Oh, I'm dropping frames. Never mind. Oh, shit, am I uploading somewhere? I am uploading somewhere. Lamau. Cancelled. I was uploading the Stanz show. There you go. It should be perfect now. Fixed. Refresh. Oh. You like the Roottree game? Yeah, the Roottree game was great. You shouldn't have said anything? No, that's good. I mean, I don't want to run at a bad frame rate. All kinds of stuff is going on. I'm uploading the Stanz show. I'm trying to make a thumbnail for today's main channel video about Minecraft. I have not gotten very far. I need a good Minecraft background. This background sucks. I mean, maybe if I, like, get some green in there. Wait, it actually is not that bad now. Now we're talking. Oh, shit. Now we're talking. Really open up that beautiful green world. Take a screenshot of you dropping the ender pearls and put that behind you. Okay, man. Okay, man. Damn, honestly, the halo of the opening kind of looks cool. What if the background is Hightail? Now we're talking. Really trick people. Really, really mess them up. Oh, not a Thumbo stream, but I do want to very quickly, once Shoot goes done with the video, upload it. 1, because I think it's a good video. Or I think it will be a good video. 2, because I've been playing a lot of Minecraft, and I want to get a Minecraft video out. 3, because I haven't posted on Main in a long time, and I think Main needs a video. And 4, because it has a sponsor. There are 4 deluxe reasons to get this video out. The cut should drop it for more background space. I agree. I think that's, but moving it up helped. Guy tail, what I'm cruising for. I hope it does well. I know main channel isn't necessarily gaming Andy's, but hopefully like the Minecraft speedrunning love. I have to convince Ludbuds to watch it. Going to a Baby No Money concert in February, so really I'm going to a Stanz concert since he's been on the pod. That tracks. Stanzy no subby, you know what I'm saying? Low-key clip farm more. I mean, I believe I clip farm at an appropriate rate. I don't believe I ever use the... I don't think we have clip farmers, and I don't believe we ever use the clips. That's a bigger problem. Handshake deal. If you quit Roottrees, you have to play disco. Who says no? I say no. I say no. Are we doing the census today? We'll do the census on Monday. What I want to do... shit. I guess my fear is that there were some people who applied to be an Only Stanz editor. And I'm kind of interested in letting all of them try and do a video, paying them all for a video, and just see what I like best. But then I need to have like stuff ready. But I don't want to have the stuff ready, like do the census today, and then it takes forever to come out like everything else. So maybe on Monday we'll start. I think next week will be the start of going back to like old Stanz, which was like start with current events slash like pop culture. So that would be like the Kai stuff, the census, what's going on Twitch, what's going on in the entertainment world, and then go into gaming. And we'll do the classic like 2 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, 3 hours, or 1 hour, 4 hours. You know what I mean? Even editing for Only Stanz is part of the gig economy now. Yeah. They have to do it at stoplights while they're delivering their stuff. Have each of them do a portion of the same video? I mean, honestly, I think the smartest way to find out what vibes more with my taste is have them all, pay them all to edit the same video. They get paid either way, and then just pick the one I like the best. That's actually a great idea. That's actually a pretty freaking good idea. I edited one short in my life and knew editing isn't for me. It's definitely a huge barrier. Once you get a few of the like simple mechanics down, it helps. But the first time you edit anything is miserable. Main channel video, trying to find a second channel editor. I don't know about that. What would be the hook? Oh. Yeah, maybe it is the census video. They all do a rip of it. There's something there. Oh. Bring back SevTech. SevTech, it lost me. It lost me, man. I said I was going to fan edit the Midnight AI dive into a video. That was last January. It's only been a year. The Stanz show was gone for a couple of years, and now it's back. I need money and a job so bad, but I'm not an editor. Per se, one word. Got anything for that? I don't. I was never able to do Satisfactory on stream because it blew up my OBS or something. I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't figure out why, but it did. I do love Satisfactory. It's such a fun game. Yeah, Oberdin was cooked too. And I want to try it. I don't know if you guys know this, but it's actually the Steam Detective Fest right now. Also, my monitor is flashing. Oh no. Oh no. I might have to swap monitors at some point.
Feels good.
Which is pretty cool. I know people have talked about Seance of Blake Manor. Overclock Pixel, thank you for the 14 months. People talked about Golden Idol. I was actually interested in... Oh, my monitor keeps flashing. Gulp. What is it? Like the... Lenny Laterno. It's like a little cartoony one. Evelyn Estrogen solves the mystery. What's that one called? You know what I'm talking about? It's on a deep sale. Fuck, what is it? Is Duck Detective on sale? Looks like it. It's not Evelyn Estrogen. I swear to God, it was the first thing that popped up when I opened this the first time. It's Ryan Laterno solves the murder. I swear to freaking God, man. Do you guys not know what we're talking about? It's actually on my wish list, I think. How do I find my wish list? I wish my monitor would stop blinking every time I scroll to the top of this. Collections? No. Store? Dude, my monitor is actually losing. There it is, Jenny LeClue. Oh my god, that was hard to find. This is on a pretty deep sale, $20 to $5, and I remember watching this and thinking, this looks kind of cool.
This is my chance. The case of a lifetime.
I must write something different, something darker.
I'm not a kid anymore. I have to make my own choices. No. Never move the victim.
The inquisitive spirit is a mighty thing, Jenny.
The art is
Nothing
beautiful.
is as important as the truth.
You're wearing a dead man's shirt.
He didn't need it anymore.
All I care about is keeping this town crime-free.
The only crime here is that haircut.
Oh,
You
sheesh.
are a dead body. Dead bodies don't talk.
Jenny, hi!
I suspected myself for quite some time, but I couldn't have done it.
A little birdie told me I'd find 3 unruly kids out after curfew.
The Enigma Report investigation.
I don't think it was James Earl Jones,
What was
who I
I
believe is
thinking?
dead.
I've gone too far.
And also would be one of the most
creepier
expensive
version of
voice
Dr.
actors of all
Benderson's
time
office.
for this game.
You'll never catch us, Copper! There comes a time when every young woman has to chart her own course.
But does it have to be right now?
The sewer grate is talking.
Yes. No.
Wow, this guy's a real chatterbox.
Over
I don't
50,000
believe in
words of
ghosts.
dialogue.
And the tall tales of a bunch of airheads won't change my mind. This whole town is dead, stuck in the past. Where's the ambition, the sense of adventure?
Are we still talking about basketball?
I don't know. It's on a pretty deep sale, and it looked kind of cool. It's similar to Silk Song. Hello?
Contradiction is on sale.
Yeah, I've watched the Contradiction thing a few times. It's on $3 sale.
When was the last?
I just don't know if I'm FMV game pilled after I got so boomed by that island. So absolutely destroyed by that island. $5 isn't bad, but shit, that's lunch, you know? New opportunity from Twitch sponsorship. Twitch moved the bounty board to Twitch sponsorship. Oh, Marvel Rivals. Yeah, fucking right. You boomed me last time, Twitch. You motherfuckers. No, thank you. Bro is drinking half a cup of coffee for lunch. I mean, if you parse out the bread, the lunch meat, the cheese, the apple and stuff, and the like ramen, I think $5 gets you there. That's what I eat for lunch. A sandwich and an apple. So I'm losing that. I'm losing that sandwich and apple if I buy Contradiction Spot the Liar. That's 3 Costco hot dogs. We're everywhere. A piece of broccoli, chicken, corn tortilla, and something else. Does something else in that statement slayed me? It's absolutely absurd to start so specific and then be like, and something else. Millionaire, by the way? I wish. Yeah, fucking right. Not even close. If you get 4 Prime subs from playing it, it evens out. Ah, but that follows the logic that I wouldn't get those 4 Prime subs elsewise. Right? Millionaire in a currency? Yeah, I'm sure. In freaking yen, I'm a millionaire. That's it. Millionaire in Stanz coin? Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Stanz coin. Is one a millionaire when you have 3 million in debt? To be fair, Ludwig ate that 3 million in debt. Yeesh. What if you just politely ask for the subs now, then buy the game? But what if I could ask those same people to follow the same train for something else? You know what I mean? You should do a game wheel. It'd be so funny. People pay subs to get the game on the wheel and then watch you hate it. I'm trying to be more of a positive person in life. I'm trying not to shit on things as much as normal. But it would be tough. You know what I have been actually really interested in trying is that new Digimon game. I saw a TikTok of a girl digivolving her Digimon, and crying because she was so like, oh no, this is my best friend. What if it turns ugly? And then it turned into Angel Woman, and she cried and said, this is the greatest day of my life. It was unbelievable. She was bawling. Have you seen that? There's a streamer. Are you ever gonna do any FM career? Maybe if they make some like skins or something that make it better. Is this the same woman who goes crazy over Pokemon playing for the first time? I don't know. It's like a girl streamer, probably early 20s, black. But she was scared that her Digimon was gonna turn ugly. Oh, excuse me. And when it turned into Angel Woman, the relief on her face. She made it through hell. Yeah, good energy. It made me want to play the Digimon game, straight up. She makes Pokemon vids? Interesting. That scare is real. I don't want a platinum Numemon. What's a platinum Numemon? Let's find out. Wait, this guy kind of goes hard. It's like I can be your Angle or your Devil. Also, the freaking pearl necklace. Hello? Kind of sick. L partner. Twitch talking about me. Look at the card. It goes so crazy. Love Firefox, but did not realize they were advertising like that. Yeah, me and Firefox go way back. Me and Firefox, real homies. Pokemon, puppy, dog, big dog, Digimon, kitty, Cyberdog, or T-Rex, or dragon, into ogre, or tank, or T-Rex tank, or devil, into Gundam. Hell yeah. If you mess your Digimon up, you get Numemon. How do you mess your Digimon up? Dan, this is kind of like ugly. And he do be holding poop. How many cutscenes are in that new Digimon game? What's it even called? When is that going on sale? I am, for some reason, fascinated by $70. Literally? Fucking bend me over the barrel. That's absurd. I will never pay $70 for this game. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, man? Holy. I only want a quarter of the game. I don't need a single cutscene. I just want to play the game. The part where you get to have Digimon and use moves. Games like these never go on sale. Yeah, you look back like 5 years later. Like, what does the last Digimon game cost? $50, and it probably released at $50. Digimon Masters Online is free, though. Yo. Is this a Digimon Auto Battler? With mixed reviews? What am I looking at? It looks like shit. Damn, I think it is. The last Digimon game was on sale last April for $3. Wow. Similar to Lost Ark and VR chat. Sure, man. Hey, sure, man. $70 diaper sub goal. I'm not gonna set a diaper sub goal to then buy a Digimon game. I would buy diapers. Come on, man. For me, of course, so I could stream longer. I guess there are like 3 lines of Digimon games. Oh, like quality-wise? They have like the high effort, big cutscene, high quality ones, and then they have like the slop. Would you pay $70 if Maddie wants it? If Maddie wanted a Digimon game, I don't know, maybe her birthday or something. $70? Yeah, like on a random Tuesday, Maddie's browsing Steam for some reason as a 5-year-old and she sees Digimon, I would not pay $70. I would say we've got plenty of games at home. We got food at home. What about for Chat's birthday? What is Chat's birthday? Would that be my partnerversary? August 12th. Is that your own birthday? Can already hear Stan saying, you got Digimon money? I think gaming is fun, but this is literally my career, and I'm not dropping $70 on Digimon Time Stranger. Solving a murder, Disco Elysium mentioned. Been there, done that. Story is the regular RPG. Then there's World, which is like taking care of the Digimon game, and then Random one, which is like Survive. Oh. What's Digimon World? I like taking care of Digimon. Digimon World. Next order. It's $60. Interesting. It does not look as good as the new one. Real talk. My sub renewal's in a few days. Can you start saving up my sub money until you have enough for Time Stranger? You want me to save your $3 every month. For 23 months. Or whatever it is. Kingdom Hearts Awe. Trench coat. Are you going to be a Mr. Stanz type dad or call me Nathan? Oh, for other kids, Mr. Stanz. Psychopathic. They're not my friends. Why the hell would they be calling me Nathan? I think it's weird when parents go, no, call me by my first name to like an actual
Stanz
child.
Nation, rise up.
We have to, we keep barriers here. Sean, thank you for the prime. Rise up. Yeah, they can call me Mr. Stanz. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing weird there. They could call me Mr. S, I guess, but Mr. something. In Sweden, kids call adults by their first name. I think it's great. When I was a kid, there was one mom who wanted to be called by her first name, and I always felt more respected an adult because of it and appreciated that. That's fair. I just... I do think it would make kids feel more adult and appreciated, maybe, maybe not. But that is not like in my calculus. You know what I mean? There's other ways to make kids feel like adults or give them responsibility through like letting them do things. And I don't think like calling me by my first name is the way that I'm going to get there. I don't want to be friends with someone's parents, like, hi, Mr. X, and then move on. Yeah. I mean, you should trust them to, like, keep you safe, to be, like, a reasonable adult in your life, but... I think anyone older than me, even to this day, I think I'm calling them Mr. or Mrs. or Ms. Something, right? Nah, my best friend's dad, I call by their first name and have smoked with them. Well, maybe you can see why I would want to create those barriers. Maybe you can see that that is not the path that I want to walk. I call my in-laws by their first name. That's so interesting. I don't think I ever even... address them in that way to where I've had to walk that road. That's funny because, like, I don't think I would ever call him Mr. Robbins, but I don't think I would call him Rich either. Do U.S. students call their teachers Mrs. or Mr. or Sir? I mean, I'm so old that I'm the wrong person to ask, but yeah, it was always Mrs. or Mr. Power move, call your in-laws mom, dad. Nah, that does not make me feel comfortable. I called my grandpa-in-law Suave for like 2 decades. Speak to that. I don't understand. As a nickname? In-laws are confusing. I've been avoiding it for years by saying, hey, you. Yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with calling in-laws by their first name, but it is just so interesting. Especially because I knew them when I was a child. He was a basketball coach, and that was his nickname the other coaches at camps gave him. Oh. I mean, that's cool. If you get a nickname, you get a nickname. Saying Rochelle's mom and dad like a little kid, that's what I would say. Yeah, I would probably say that in telling a story about them. Like if I was talking to my family, I'd be like, oh yeah, Rochelle's dad. Rochelle's mom. That's not weird. You said it like a little kid. That's who they are. It's like in relation. When I'm addressing them. Oh, like I wouldn't go up and be like, hey, Rochelle's dad to them. Yeah, that wouldn't happen. Gym/PE teachers giving out nicknames that stuck as a core school experience for me. That's why I go by Stanz. I had a junior high PE teacher. And for some reason, even though my name was Nathan, he called me Stanz. He called me Stanz every time, no matter what. And it stuck. Do you call Rochelle's parents mom, dad? Some people do that. No, I don't. I do not. I have a friend we call Mash because his name was M. Ashfield and it stuck. He's now a 30-year-old doctor now. The same thing happened to my friend. He was actually my roommate in college too. His name was Jordan. So like on his PE uniform, it was J for first initial. And then his last name was Para, but he made the P loop too big. And so it looks like Dara. And we called him J Dara for literally 2 decades. That's crazy. And that's not his name at all. It's like just a mispronunciation, a misspelling of his last name. But that was his nickname. In the same PE class that I was talking about. My friend's name is Xavier, and I called him Bob once as a joke when we were like 8 years old, and to this day, everyone still calls him Bob. Sometimes that happens. I think that's the most pure way for a nickname to form. Greetings, my sister's boyfriend's parents doesn't work quite as well as how are you, Luis? I would just say, how are you? Just drop the name, you know? I don't need to Dale Carnegie win friends and influence people here. I can just say, hey, how are you? So great to see you. You know what I mean? I don't need to use the name. Sorry, I was trying to put the pieces together. J Dara, JD Vance, and Dora the Explorer's ship name. It's like ship. You're shipping these people. Sorry, my brain could not wrap my head around that comment. That's a great point, Nathan. Winning friends and influencing people is overrated. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. My last name is Kitograd, and my buddies called me Kitty for all of high school. Every once in a while, a high school buddy will still call me that. Yeah. And it's kind of nice. It's like a point of connection that maybe other people won't have with you. My last name is Henderson, but I was in the army. People started calling me Hendu, and that's what followed me to the point where some acquaintances don't even know my actual first name. Yeah, classic. I've always heard Hendo for Henderson. Not Hendu, but I kind of like Hendu. Stanz, what murder game am I going to have to 1% volume it? So, would you have to 1% volume it if you hadn't played it? What's your thinking here? Tell me your logic and I will tell you the game. I want to watch, but don't want spoilers. I'm playing the Roottrees Are Dead Roottreemania. So the post-game content. Tiger was supposed to be your real name, and they after Tiger Woods, or separate? Roottreemania is tough. Oh no. Oh no. There was a kid in my apartment complex who told me his name was Bob because he was scared of strangers. We've been calling him Bob ever since. I grew up in India. Dude, that'd be so funny. I'm at the playground in freaking white-ass Yuma, Arizona. What's your name? Romesh. I go by Romesh, please. It's a good threat assessment from Assess the Threat. You know what? Maybe just don't tell him my name. To be fair, Yuma, Arizona isn't even white. Having a white name there is also weird, but the fact that I am white makes sense. It was because my sister wanted to call me Tommy. There's a comic called Tommy and Tiger, so my mom thought that Tiger would be a cool name. Interesting. It's so funny that your sister was like, oh, baby boy, how about Tommy? A normal name. And your mom was like, Tommy, that's great. What about Tiger? What the? In that story, you haven't told me what was wrong with Tommy. There was already a name liked by your sister. It seems like a great name. Damn, your mom kind of mogged her. Good. Shay, I'll thank you for the 2 months. I got a strange name and I always make up a normal name when going to Starbucks and stuff because it's just so much easier. Interesting. Only other interesting nickname was friend we called Lumpy for 10 years because his head had a lump. That's just classic. That's just, if that guy was born 2,000 years ago, he'd still be called Lumpy. You know what I mean? It never goes away. Let's see if Bandle's got what it takes today, huh? Is that crazy? Is that crazy to do just a Bandle? Just a quick little daily Bandle. Do people struggle with Rochelle at Starbucks? Yeah. But you just say Michelle with an R. And then sometimes they'll go Micheller. Miss yesterday's Bandle? No, I want to play today's, man. $2.4 billion views, but hard. Huh. I don't think I'm going to get that off one. That's for sure. $2015, huh? Not a good time for me to remember music. Give me the synth. Not a chance. Give me the saxophone. Oh. What was this song called? Oh, don't say anything. Oh my god. I have no idea what it's called. Oh no. No idea. No idea. No idea. I don't even know the words. So you're perfect? What up, Lucky J? Motherfucker, you're perfect. What's the words in the song? I don't know it. Is that even the same song? Worth it, not perfect. Worth it. Oh, it's not called Worth It. By Fifth Harmony? Is that not from Glee? Am I smoking weed? It was that. Okay. Shit. Oh, Fifth Harmony is X Factor? That makes sense. I would have never remembered that. I had to hear the voice cover. 5. 5 is tough. People loved it on 4 because that's so, dare I say, iconic, but not me. Do you like my punny message? I was going to try and guess it, but it's not worth it. The fact that you were trying to incept the title of the song into my head is very funny. I thought it was called Perfect. Isn't that the first thing I said? Perfect, but we eventually got there. I don't know who Fifth Harmony is. I don't know who Kid Ink is. This song was pretty popular, though. You guys want to enclose the horse. You guys love enclosing the... What the fuck? There's a portal now. What? Okay. And so with 6 walls, how much of this can I get? Well, the problem is it'd have to be that. Oh, I had 5 walls. I lied. Whoa. Portal. What if we just disavow the portal? There might be a world where we can get more land. Like that? No. I don't think we can disavow the portal. Let's just see what that looks like. I still have 3 more walls. That's already more. But the problem is it's only closable there. Oh. That's just 1 more tile. That's just 2 more tiles. All right, I think this is the best I can do in the second I'm doing it. How do we do? Awful. 92. Damn, most people figured out 102 to 103. What's optimal? I would have never, ever considered that. I would have never, ever considered that. Brillante. Honestly, it doesn't look that different visually. It's only 11 off or whatever. Huh. Damn, just full close there. And are cherries... Do cherries give you anything? Was mine fucked? I guess I got both cherries anyway. Give me Kickoff League, and then let's play some video games. Cherries plus 3 points. Yellow Jackets, that's a TV show I like. All right, round 1. Let's just get it over with, because this shit easy as hell. This shit easy as hell. I mean, I would like Bishop to go there, but then who's he pass it to? Wait, this shit not easy as hell. Light squared Bishop on any of these 3 is kind of juice, so light squared Bishop there. But then how do I get it back to him? Wait, 3 kicks. This should be so simple. Oh, it's Rook. It's even easier than you think. It's just Rook there or Rook there. Oh my god. Why was I so focused on the Bishop, bro? Sometimes it's so simple that my engorged brain cannot figure it out. Okay, light squares. Light square Bishop on either of these 2 would be juicy, or this one would be juicy, but he can't pass it to anyone. Dude, light square Bishop fucked up in this game. Oh. Down, down, down. Bang! All right, forbidden finish. And now we will try against Uche Adebayo. Okay, who is our scoring threat? It is, dude, a huge amount of moves for light squared Bishop. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ain't no way. A huge amount of moves for Rook. Or, I think, what if we just double Knight? Oh, no. Yeah. Shit. 8 out of 7 kicks. No! No, 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 no! It wasn't right. It's 1 too many kicks. Don't share. Return. No, go back. Bro, stop. No. Wait, does it not let you replay it anymore? It used to have an undo button. What is happening? They took away the undo button? Oh, no, there it is. Thank you.
Damn it.
Oh, my God.
Good.
Thank you, gay sports fan. Okay, so we know how to do it in 8 moves, but we need to do it in 7. So we just need to cut off one of those Knight moves, presumably. This is a trap. This is like that is like the wasteful move. But it's the only move. I'm doing the same thing. I just did the same thing and it was right. Did I fat finger the first time? Did I misclick? What the heck? That's the same plan. 1 less pass? But yeah, where could I have even done the pass, though? All right, whatever. I'm a freaking genius. It was different. I don't know how, though. That's exactly what I'm saying. It was different, and I'm not sure how. I think I tried to follow the same logic. You move the other Knight, I think. Got it. Got it. If you had to resort to cannibalism, what part are you eating, and why is it the butt? I don't... Well... I don't know. Can I say I think that if I'm resorting to cannibalism, I'm pretty equal opportunity outside of like the offal, the like the intestines and shit. Like I don't think I would necessarily be able to tell the difference between human thigh and human shoulder and human butt. You should do another daily game video with all the new shit like footy chess and block the horse. That's not a bad idea. I am just a little bit scared of doing so much daily games on main. Oh, I could tell? That's a weird thing to say. That's a weird thing to say, lil pup. Daily games have evolved. That's a great title. Actually, I'm copy pasting that right now. You've got a future in the newspaper business, kid. Where am I gonna put that? Right there. Roottrees made me a Stanz head. This is hype. That rules. I want to make a daily game speedrun, but I want to make it... I want it to have its own launcher or website where you can only play it once per day. And it has like a leaderboard. I think that would be so hype. I messaged Otto about it once and then I didn't follow up enough. The problem was like getting all the games. And it times you itself, you know, so you just go to one website and you play the games. I am a secret Roottrie. Are they actually selling a little onesie?
Damn, it feels good.
OMG, so excited for Roottrie Resurrection.
Holy. Soul guitarist. I didn't know you had music in this game. Although it's only sax and piano, now that I'm listening. And some percussion. To do Roottreemania... Do I hit continue first? Hold. The streamer who played Blake Manor is now playing Roottrees. Okay. Not in here. I think you create a new game. I see. Save and quit. Hold. Thank you for the hype train chat. New game. Ah, there we go. Roottreemania. Finds out what happens to the infamous family in a whole new mystery. Do I have to remember anything about the family? If I have to remember anything about the family, this is going to be a short stream. I don't remember shit. Besides there being a bastard son. Not much. A little bit. Oh, no. Oh, no. You get the original tree in it? Yeah, but there's like 40 people on the original tree. 60. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are playing a new game today. Well, I guess an expansion or new game plus to a game we played before. The game is the Roottrees Are Dead. The expansion is called Roottreemania, and we're doing it because friend of the stream, Neely K, donated a lot of money because they really want to see it. So I guess money does solve all of our problems. If you don't know what this game is, it is a genealogy-based mystery game where we make a family tree after reading like first-hand documents to try and figure out what happened. We solved the original mystery in the first one, and now we are going to do more. Choose a save slot. I guess we'll go unused. Music a little loud. So true. I can turn it down. Honestly, all volume a little high.
Hi,
Oh,
I'm
shit.
Clark.
Hey, Clark.
Probably not who you expected to be knocking, but life's funny sometimes.
Clark Roottrie?
You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down. A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes, too.
What?
I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress. And with my mother's deteriorating I'm sorry, I'm rambling.
Clark's mom is getting sick.
I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork. Now that it's public knowledge the Clancy Trust covers any Roottrie despite their history with us, a lot of potential cousins have surfaced.
That makes sense.
You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. It was a disaster for us. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself. The long and short of it
Miracle
is
the
a
preacher.
lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them, but she's not really going about it the right way, and she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side.
Oh, interesting.
In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally. Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this. To each their own.
He hates it. All right. We got some new information, some notable events. Start here. Today is August 3rd, 1999. It has been 8 months since you helped Sam Madsen with the research necessary for her book. Sam was true to her word and paid you an incredibly large sum of money. She never mentioned you by name, however, so you've managed to keep a low profile. The Roottrees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release, though you can refresh your memory in full detail by searching online. 6 Pieces. 6 Pieces were the name of the Roottree kids, right? Sam Madsen's book about Elias Roottree was released in February. It was a bestseller for a few months. At the time, Carl had not yet been replaced. The Roottree Rift. In March, the Roottree company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release, with multiple conflicting press releases and a clear lack of leadership. It was the 5 pieces, but you revealed the 6th one. So true. Clark Rafferty Leroux. Clark was announced as the permanent successor to Carl Roottree and welcomed Sam Madsen to the family officially. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes to the Clancy Trust. This included any other new questions of lineage. 5 Ps. What am I, midnight? After the announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be Roottrees, mostly dismissed as opportunists and scammers. The highest profile of these, by a wide margin, was a rapper named Felix Fellows, who changed his moniker to 5 Ps as a publicity move at the same time. 5 Ps is the only notable person on the updated tree. Roottreemania. In another high-profile misstep, Miracle Roottree publicly and vehemently denied that 5 Ps was a Roottree. The Rootree's legal team then offered to do a DNA test to get 5 Ps to drop his claim, and, in a moment that caught what seemed like the entire world by storm, the test proved he was a Roottree. Suddenly, the world was obsessed with the Rootrees. Alright, so 5 Ps the rapper is a Roottree and deserves some money. Anonymom and Jane Doe Roottree. In July, an anonymous woman, who the press began to refer to as Anonymom, appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with a Roottree led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Roottree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Roottree, and therefore entitled to a share of the Clancy Trust. Nobody knew it at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter in the Roottree saga. As more and more of Anonymom's story came out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5 Ps in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn. Confirming the world's suspicions, the DNA test, orchestrated by lawyers on both sides, proved that her daughter was not a Roottree. This final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations of the entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax or attempt at fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Roottreemania seemed to disappear overnight. Now, a month later, it feels like a distant memory. I see. 5 Ps is a Roottree. Anonymom's daughter is not. Previously on the Roottrees Are Dead. Oh, nice. This is a new investigation with a new focus. After many months of newfound interest in the Roottrees, it's recommended you try to catch up what happened last time. What happened last time. I don't know why I can't read anymore. Some web searches may yield new or different results, and some books and magazines from your previous investigation may be relevant to your new one. It's also a much more widespread search. The list of first and last names you can choose from will contain red herrings. Not all of them will be used. Below is a reminder of some of the most notable beats of your initial dive into the Roottree family tree. All evidence from before is still available, and for your convenience, any searches that do not lead to new information still function as they did during your first investigation. 1. The Roottree Candy Company was founded by Elias and Gwyneth many years ago. The entire family has a financial reliance on the health of that company. 2. Most of the action took place in or around Butler County, Pennsylvania, where the company was initially located. Elias, Carl, and Raina were on the cover of magazines. Other notable Roottrees such as Lauren Roottree, Miracle Roottree, and Jim Roottree had physical media such as record albums, books, and movies associated with them. Lauren's 2 diaries were probably the most useful resource overall, mentioning many of her relatives directly. The 5 pieces, Elias's children, could be identified based on the initials of the original candy flavors. There were 5 presidents of the Roottree Company. Many were featured in periodicals. Stephanie Jones and Brian Jones were featured. Dude, Kai Cenat should play this game, bro. You trying to get better at reading? Kai, I got you. Play this game. Stephanie Jones and Brian Jones were featured in campaign posters and led to Carolyn Morden's art book, which enabled you to fill out more of the tree. Many of the younger Roottrees were found by following a complex rabbit hole through a conspiracy site that led to finding a searchable web address for Chris Rafferty, Lauren's grandson, Chris Raff 75. November Roottree was really difficult to place. Her occupation could only be found via Brian Jones' company website. She was the dance teacher, maybe? Ronald and his brother Robert Roottree go by Ron and Robbie. Both worked on a TV show called Brother Trouble until Robbie embezzled money and fled to Paris. Ron unsuccessfully tried to have Robbie removed from the Clancy Trust. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. There were also a few dead ends and red herrings. Aloysius Herring Rootree, who claimed he was a Rootree but was not. Family Man, a book about Elias Rootree, turned out to be propaganda and not useful. Lauren's other historical romance novels, were not very useful on their own, though could lead to other information. And Carolyn Morden's sculptures were not useful. Art doesn't have to be useful, buddy. There's also intuition, which says there's more to find on certain books. Yeah. Notable events and reminders. Trust your intuition. If a piece of evidence seems too good to be true, take a closer look at the people or phrases it mentions. Yes. Okay. And then finally, an unexpected visitor. Do you think I drew this while Carl was standing at the door? Hey, Carl, could you stand there for another minute? I'm sketching. Today, August 3rd. Oh, that's what it was. Carl knocked on the door. President. Yeah, more people come out of the root bird. To both of you. To both of you. Wait, sorry. He also handed you a letter he said you could share with Sam that said the following. Remember, Sam is the daughter of the 6th Rootree or whatever, the 6th Candy. To both of you, the company I hired to help us with the Clancy Trust is busy pouring through the entire family's history, as well as people they may have had contact with. That said, the family is not particularly happy with this and are doing their best to slow things down. Many of them are actively avoiding our interviews. Every time there's a high-profile public case, it causes headaches. So please, I don't mind if you do your research, but I ask that you stop going to the press. Instead, we have a highly trained team of lawyers to back you up. We're ready and willing to verify anyone and everyone you believe could be realistically part of a relationship that led to the birth of a new Rootree. Just tell us who to investigate by filling in the new sections of the tree, and we'll take the time to handle verifying that the timeline checks out. But keep in mind why we're here. If someone didn't have a child or has already been disqualified by our lawyers, like in the case of the girl with the negative DNA test, there won't be a place for them on the tree. We're not just looking for affairs and infidelities. We're only looking for the ones that led to potential new Rootrees. Some spots in the new section will be marked with a tree icon. Those areas are reserved for members of the original family tree you filled in 8 months ago. Just like last time, be sure to use birth names for everyone you add. Married names or nicknames won't be enough. To start sorting out the infidelities, I recommend you turn your eyes to the men in positions of power. Ain't that right, baby? Holy, get him, Carl! He's a fucking ally! I'd love to say that it's only because it would have been a lot harder for the women to hide 9 months of pregnancy and birth without the family noticing, but I can't. I'll be blunt. I'm no stranger to infidelity. God damn, Carl, you're a wacky guy. I wish I could claim that I was a perfect husband, but you've seen the family tree, so why pretend? Some of us learned how to wield our family names and fortune to our benefit. Consequences be damned. I can't change the past or unhurt those who I betrayed. Instead, all I can do is be honest with myself and to you, refuse to make any more mistakes, and do my best to sort out the various messes we've left behind. I'll be blunt, I'd be cheating. So please fill in the tree, and together we can figure out how to begin to make amends. Good luck. All right, let me check the tree for Clark. That's infidelity. Okay, this is the tree we made last time. And there's Clark Rafferty. He was married to Danielle Franks, and then he was married to Jane LaRue. They had the band. And then he had Chris Rafferty, who was a student, and then Kim LaRue. Oh, he cheated on Jane with her sister Kim. Did he? Or is Carl just telling me he's a horn dog? I can't remember if he cheated or not. He got caught in bed with the sister. I see. And then they had Jessica Rafferty LaRue and Katrina Rafferty LaRue. Brutal. Damn, Jane got boomed. And then Chris's aunt has become his stepmom. Got it. Dude, this shit was crazy. Filling this in, I forgot how good this game was because it melted my brain by the end of it. I remember, yeah, Stephanie London's husband is black. I remember that she has like a cool band. Candy Rootree. Yes. So what I need to do is there's multiple possible infidelity 1, 1921, possible infidelity 2, possible infidelity 3, and family tree update. Okay. That's a lot of infidelity. And then once we fill it out, we can open the top secret, which last time the top secret was there was a 6th piece. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the 6th piece was Sam's dad. was Edward Clancy Rootree. Wait. No. Wait. Yeah. Was Edward Clancy Rootree the sixth piece? I can't remember why. Spouse John Miller. Oh, he was gay. That's why. Dude, for some reason, I thought it was like some Elias slept with a farmhand or something. They were gay and they adopted a girl who was a farmhand's child. No. Someone was a farmhand's child. Was it Sam? Dude, just remembering all the beginning is going to be so hard. He raised the bastard child. And it's the bastard of who? Who is Sam's paternal father? John Miller was a farmhand. But he was also gay. But he had a kid. Clancy Edward and Edward Clancy. Elias Jr.? Elias Jr. slept with a farmhand. No. Why do I not remember this? They are adoptive parents, yes. Did Elias sleep with a farmhand? I thought it was Elias Sr. It was Elias Jr. And then they adopted... I think Sam was an affair between Elias Jr., so sent to Edward Clancy to be raised. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, okay. Elias is the dad of Sam, who got adopted by the gays. Yeah. Okay, thank you. That makes perfect sense. Okay, I remember all that. Most of this was all baloney. Like, the guys who went to France and shit, they were not, like, that important. These guys. And Gwen. Yeah. Eli had the baby. EC slept with the farmhand. Gay. I see. Who's EC? Edward. It wasn't Edward Clancy. Sorry. Who's EC? It's in the secret notes envelope. Here we go. No. Edward Cullen did it. Of course. Okay. I wonder if the most recent infidelity is the easiest. Clancy Edward is the next youngest. Clancy Edward. He's ECE. He's EC. Yes. Okay. Dog, where do we even get started here? How do I look up more infidelity? I just have to go to other books? I gotta do some... Oh, here we go. There's 11 clues and notable events. And the game is like, hey man, you gotta fucking read this. Well, we know that 5Ps is a fucking Rootree. So we just have to put him somewhere. And we know that 5Ps should be a relatively modern Rootree. Like Family Tree Update. Like, is this 5Ps, 1998? Yeah. This has to be 5Ps. So I should Google his ass. That's what the first thing I should do. Internet, please. I know you don't have to do this. It's 2026. It's not 1999. Spider search me. 5Ps. 5Ps, aka Felix Fellows, lock that in, is a rapper. Oh, we can also search that afterwards. Is a rapper who's found some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as a long lost Rootree and entitled to part of their fortune. His alias 5Ps is a play on 5 pieces. An article you find on a website known for the particularly harsh reviews of modern music gives his most recent album, Root of All Evil, 1 star out of 7 for whatever reason, with the headline, More Poser Than My Action Figure Collection. The review mentions his real name is David. Wait, what? He's not Felix Fellows? And he used to go by Dirty Davy. Dirty Davy. Nastigal. And the author rues the fact that this rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. She overdosed when he was 16. Apparently, only one of the songs on the album is new, and the others were simply rewritten to turn blatant references to sex, drugs, and violence into clumsy euphemisms. His rise to prominence was kickstarted when he appeared a few months ago on the cover of News Time holding a photo of his mother, that's what we need, with Guy Hudson. At first, the Roottrees company denied it vehemently. Miracle Roottrees even appeared in the same magazine a week later. But since then, they backtracked and publicly welcomed him to the family. Their press release at the time stated they had evidence that confirmed the story. Okay, so we go to News Time and we at least find the picture of him and his mother. News Time. No, the periodical is News Time. Is it not a periodical? Am I stupid? Isn't... Hello? Oh, and then what's his name? Dirty Davy. Felix. Shit. Gotta search it to get periodical? Wait, search what? Search this? Spider search News Time? Oh, and then you can search the periodical. Thank you. All right, 5 Piece was on the cover. I didn't understand. Now it's available for periodical search. News Time. And we want... I mean, let's just search Roottrees. Okay, that's fucked up. Felix. 5 Ps. There we go. Printing! Felix Fellows, aka 5 Piece, famously appeared on the cover of News Time, kicking off Roottreemania. Then a week later, Miracle... Okay, this feels like I'm doing the right first step. Then a week later, Miracle Roottrees appeared on the cover of the magazine, an article that focused heavily on 5 Piece as well. And Miracle keeps getting involved. A summary of both articles, as well as a close-up of the photo of 5 Piece holding on the cover of the issue, have been added to your evidence. Okay, great. Yo! 5 Ps. That goes so fucking hard, bro. Thank you for the photo. 5 Ps, aka Felix Fellows, appeared on the cover. Yes, the story was dramatic and sensational. Dismisses fake. DNA test. He says that his mother, Joanna, was Zach Morden's secretary. Okay, well, we figured it out. Joanna. Zach Morden be fucking. Zach Morden's secretary when he retired, and then Guy Hudson's secretary. Oh, never mind. Gulp. It could be either. It could be Zach Morden or Guy Hudson. For only 1 or 2 weeks after that, before she quit, the first few weeks that he was president. His parents divorced when he was 4, after his father learned of the affair. Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid for her and her son's life. No. He grew up with her until he was 16, but one day his mother never came home from the movie rental store where she worked the register. The next morning, they found her dead from an overdose in her car. She had stolen all the cash from her drawer and spent it on heroin. Oh my God. As Felix went through her belongings, the only thing he had to remember her by were a hairbrush she always used, some photos, and a stuffed animal from her childhood. But then he found it. A box hidden in the back of her closet. Inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away, with the exception of the one photo he appears with on the cover of News Time. He says it was the only one where they were dressed. Ha-cha-cha! The only one not from the affair itself. The picture is shown in full inside the magazine and was added to your evidence. I mean, we're for sure meant to think that it's Guy Hudson. The rapper 5 Piece appeared on the cover. Yeah, he claims that Joanna and Guy Hudson also in the photo were having an affair that led to his birth. But it could very easily be the other guy. We also have Miracle. Charlatans and Thieves. Miracle Roottrees fires back. Miracle Roottrees appeared on the cover of News Time shortly after 5 Piece did. He denied that 5 Piece was a Roottrees. Miracle doesn't focus much on the details of 5 Piece's accusation regarding his mother and Guy Hudson. Instead, he comes across as exhausted at the events that have been going on behind the scenes, as well as the character of those he feels are attacking his family. He starts with 6 Piece's content. He says that although most of the book was based in fact, it left out anything that wouldn't fit the agenda. He points out Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Roottrees, and that Sam did the same before her. That Sam's family was not destitute, and that really it was only her son who chose to take a job with no salary. He claims that though they didn't have to, the family helped pay for her son's medical bills after voting that it was the right thing to do. Saying that like we didn't have to, well, how did he vote? But we voted. You might have been forced to do this by other people in the family that are good people. Miracle also says that the story about his father, Elias, shunning EC was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Hello? Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or be disowned. Miracle says it was EC's own choice. Okay, that's sad. And then Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness, especially considering that he and John continue to live together. Miracle then pivots to the fallout from 6 Pieces. He recounts a deluge of claims to the Clansid trust that the family has been subjected to. He doesn't say any specifics, but says that every time someone comes forward, the family devolves to arguments. They've had to hire an outside legal team to help, but so far every case has been demonstrably, laughably false. All they do is tarnish his family's reputation. He focuses on 5 Piece, who appeared on News Time before him. He calls him a grifter and a delinquent and says he's using their name and products to sell filth to the masses. Of all the accusations, he says this is the most dangerous because it exposes the world to hatred. He cites 5 Piece's lyrics as violent, sexist, and ungodly, and prays the boy will repent, retract his lies, and find religion. Lastly, he turns to the future. Miracle states that those who wish to hear the true story can join him on his farewell tour this upcoming fall. That's huge. The Miracles Roottrees are planning on touring the Miracles Roottrees, because there's 2 of them. His son is also Miracle or something. Are planning on touring the country's churches one last time. And that now at age 71, Miracle is the oldest living Roottree. While he plans to continue preaching at his own church in Butler County after the tour, this is your last chance to hear the truth from the man with the most complete recollection of one of America's most notable families in your own hometown. The article mentions that Miracle's son, Miracle Jr., did not wish to comment and has a statement from Clark Rafferty LaRoe, through the Roottrees law firm. Miracle does not speak for his entire family. We're working carefully on a plan to definitively disprove any claims of infidelity in our family's past. The article also does not refute Miracle's claim that he's the oldest living Roottree, despite Sam Madsen being born the year before him. It was unclear if Miracle made the claim out of ignorance or spite. Whoa. There's some intuition in here. I think there's a couple things we need to do. I think we should look up the lyrics of 5 Pieces songs. I think we should check out this guy's tour. So I think we should spider search Miracle Roottree. Miracle's going on a new tour of the United States in 1999. The previous flyer for 3 generations of Miracles has been replaced. Be a part of history. The oldest living Roottree reprises and retells his incredible true story. Miracle Roottree grew up as one of the most famous 5 Pieces, living a life of wealth and luxury. But fortune was nothing compared to the powerful force of the Almighty. Doctors determined he was destined to die young, but fate had different plans. He's lived a long and fruitful life. However, he's now in his 70s and his age is beginning to make life on the road more difficult, so consider this your last chance to see him. I see. In this intimate evening, Miracle will reminisce about his famous history. He'll discuss his family's saints and sinners, and provide a unique perspective on one of the most notable families in the United States today. Learn what originally drove him from his fortune and into the arms of religion, and learn how his life has become more wealthy in spirit than it could ever have been from his inheritance. The site also lists the churches he'll be appearing in and mentions that tickets can be purchased in their local services. Notably absent are any mentions about Miracle's news appearances. Interesting. That wasn't helpful. 3 generations of Miracles. I think we quick search and see a new poster. It won't give me a new poster? I'll say it. I don't think this guy's a good Christian. Okay. Let's go back to Felix Fellows. Let's look up Root of All Evil, and maybe we can blast it anyway. Root of All Evil is his debut album. It's mostly material that 5 Piece recorded for his mixtapes before it became notable, but re-recorded with lyrical differences. All Your Problems was the first and only single released. After dropping the single, 5 Piece announced he'd retained the infamous celebrity lawyer Stevie Whitlock to sue his family. To date, it doesn't seem like he's followed through. At first, the single didn't make much of a splash, but Whitlock, known for publicity stunts, paid thousands of teenagers a few dollars an hour to call and request the video on MTV, which increased its profile. MTV eventually caught on and banned the video altogether, which in turn received national news coverage and made the song even more popular. Give me Stevie Whitlock. A lawyer with a history of publicity stunts and grandstanding. She's managed to rack up quite a few legal victories for C-list celebrities. She was famous in the 80s after successfully suing a multinational sandwich company whose 12-inch subs were actually an average of 11.5 inches long. I would never lie about length. Stevie argued that since the company sold 1 billion sandwiches per year, that was enough missing sandwich to make a sub long enough to span from New York to Los Angeles. The jury awarded her a paltry $5,000, but the news coverage of her crusade turned out to be priceless. That's it. Okay, we go back one. Let's check out All Your Problems. Nice. Let's listen to it. The track is the only song on the album. The subject matter of the song is the hypocrisy of those that claim money is evil. He points out that only people who think money is evil are those who have it, those who can afford not to be greedy. In the song, 5 Piece triumphantly talks about taking the Roottrees' wealth due to it being his birthright and giving it to those who need it most. You find a copy of the song on a suspicious-looking website and download it for your records. Okay. Let's freaking bang for a second. Wait, how do we listen to it? Right here. This is the only Attention!
This is 5-piece coming at you.
Oh, it's blatantly an Eminem ripoff.
You know, the place you ain't ever lived in.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Root of all your
Man, y'all are hypocrites, sitting back in your massive estates, built from the cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it, based on your family's creations. Yo, but looky here, sonny, don't you come for our money, or you might burn bright in hellfire someday, like that Madsen chick and her two dads. My pappy's cleansing trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing. Catching
So that's he's talking about Midnight.
geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners.
What if Midnight? What's his name? What if he's the dad? Because he's getting involved.
Lectures on greed as some expert creed from he without blame. About instead, I turn my other cheeks and spread them. Kiss, you'll know just where to aim.
You say money.
Okay. Someone get U-Song on a parody of this. We've got work to do.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burn their spoons for the needle.
Fuck,
So once
dude.
more with passion, tell this poor tragic orphan how your mansions and Porsches are actually horrible. How I'm better off penniless, grasping for morsels. How wanting my share, that's actually extortion. With your candy ass name, synonymous with sweets. Oh, you wanna call me classless? I'm gangster from Portland, but I play that game. I came up on the streets. The only streets you reppin' are Park Place and Boardwalk. Hypocrisy, monopoly is toppling. When I knock half G's, top off my pockets, please. Cause the same God that got to steal my mom from me is what he wants, right? For you to live in poverty. And if you're suddenly not eager to unhand that fortune, that's unfortunate. I guess I'm gonna have to take my portion, and I'll do it all legally. Class action, courtrooms, decorum. I'm way past your fancy ass dormant.
You say money is the root of all your problems.
Okay, that's it. Interesting.
25 months with my streamer.
J Coco, thank you.
You say
Okay.
money is the root of all your problems. Let
Can't
me
flip that.
take those problems away.
I'm thinking
You say
we know his mom's name.
money is the root of all your problems.
But we should also look up
Take those problems away.
David. David what? What was his dad's name? Or is his adopted dad name? I guess we look up Dirt A Davy.
Your silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burn their spoons for the
In
needle.
Portland.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all
Dirt A
evil,
Devil and Dirt Poor? Are we gonna get more rap music?
your silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burn their spoons.
There's discrepancies and debates about what year exactly it was released based on some of the pop culture references, with the ranges thought to be somewhere between 92 and 94. One of the songs, Yes I Can Jump, seems to be at the center of the confusion. Some fan sites claim there are multiple versions with different track lists and song lengths on them, though because there's very little evidence of the mixtape online as it is, it's hard to verify this information. Okay. What about Dirt Poor? There's a lot of online discourse from people who like to point out that in one of the songs, Felix Fellows includes someone that would be revealed to be his own distant cousin, Raina, in a list of attractive women. Oh, that's tough. Nothing like a little cousin love. The lyrics to one of the songs, Heat, mentions a few different prominent female actresses, models, and musicians from the 90s, and provides a crude pun or line about what Fellows felt about them. When released in 99, much of the rhetoric was toned down to be less overtly profane, and the line referencing Raina was clumsily replaced by Dana, a reference to a character from the X-Files. Interesting. Let's check out the song Heat. Okay, just kidding. He thought Raina was hot. Dirt A Davy. Uh-huh. I need to go back to that news time. Sorry. Summary of both articles. I just need to put his mom on this list. Helb. Here it is. His mother, Joanna. Joanna what? Was Zach Morton's secretary and Guy Hudson's secretary. I guess, is it Joanna Fellows? But he was Davy. Let me check. So I think spouse. Well, wait. Which one is the... Is it based on age? I mean, I think this is 5Ps. And I think his name is David. Sorry, I spelled wrong. David Fellows. Unknown occupation? No way, he's a rapper. Oh, musician. Just kidding. He's a musician. But the question is, we have a picture... No, delete this. I'm curious. Joanna. Wait, what? Sorry, stupid baby alert. Joanna. Yeah, I mean that would have been a big bink. JOA. What? What? $1998. Has to be him. He has to be there. Is his mom's name not Joanna? Do you have to search her name to populate like in Spider Search? Maybe. But I need to find her last name. Let me search Joanna Fellows then. Married name. But I guess they're not married. This would be the dead. So this is Joanna Fellows. For sure. Because married doesn't necessarily mean Zach. It was either Guy or... Who the fuck is Zach? Am I smoking dink doinks? Oh, this person is also on the original tree. Okay, well then take it off. Is Joanna up here? No. Then that means this can't be him. Oh, he might be down here. Yeah, he's also the child of infidelity. I put him in the wrong place. I'm a fool. I put him in the wrong place. I'm a fool. I was assuming it was in Family Tree Update 19... What? Wait, this person's fucking everywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4. This person had 5 affairs? Well, this isn't born in 98. This is just Family Tree Update 98, right? Which is the most recent Family Tree Update? Dude, this guy went crazy. Or girl. What does star mean? Chad, do you remember what star means? Hold. A notable root tree. What was a notable? Oh, they just literally have stars by their name? Five Ps is notable? Famous ones, I think? You think this is 5 Ps? His first affair? They said it in the intro? The intro of this? Oh, notable. Yeah, 5 Ps star. Okay. So yeah, that means this has to be 5 Ps. If he's the only notable. If then they do consider him notable. And his name is David. Last name Fellows. Musician. Lock him in. Wait, isn't this supposed to turn... Is this supposed to turn green or something? Hello? Oh, yeah, you have to get a certain number, because then you can't just guess and check. Of course. Okay, and then we know his mom is Joanna. I assumed it was Fellows, but I'm not positive about that. We know it's Joanna, and we know that she was a secretary. And we know her spouse was... We don't know her spouse. His dad died. We do know his dad died. Hold. I think we had to look up Felix Fellows. Hold. His mother's tragic past. Apparently one of the songs the album is new. His rise to prominence was kickstarted when he... I guess I can just look up Joanna Fellows too. That should probably give me all the information, some information I need. She's not a Fellows. Oh, fuck. Oh, mamma mia. Mamma mia. Okay. Oh, did I actually spell it wrong? Shit. Thank you. Fellow... Oh, ES? That didn't matter. It's just 5 Ps. David. Go back to David Fellows. Portland. Huh. I think it was the article where it was talking about the dad. One second. His parents divorced when he was 4 after his father learned of the affair. Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid for her son's life. Huh. Hairbrush, some photos, a stuffed animal, a box hidden in the closet. Inside were love letters related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away with the exception of the one photo. Joanna did work for the Roottrees Company as a secretary sometime during the early to mid 70s. What if I find... Like, didn't I have a bunch of information on... Like, we should just look up Guy Hudson. For sure. Yeah. Rose to prominence again after 5 years appeared on the cover, holding up a photo of Guy and his mother. A few people that existed adjacent to the company in the 70s have come forward with stories about debauchery and swinger parties. Guy liked to throw large holiday parties whenever he had an excuse, and they often got very out of hand. This fact has led some... Well, that means that anyone could be the father. Am I crazy here? This fact has led some people to speculate that the night he died in a car crash, he was drunk or impaired in some way. But the Butler County Police have released multiple statements and ample evidence that proves decisively it was not foul play. Except for the Fancy Flavors debacle. What was Fancy Flavors again? Hold. Fancy Flavors does nothing. Okay, cool. Cool. I need... What about... Zach Morden? Sorry, was his name not Zach Morden? Landon Mark, Sam Cattrall. That person's name Bean? Deborah Bean. This way, maybe. Hudson. Kellogg. Wilson. Oh, there we go. Zach Morden. President. Second. Zachariah Morden. Let's look his ass up. What? Hello? Hello? I wonder how much of a nerf it is to have so much time between the first one and this. A lot. Am I spelling Zachariah wrong? H, not 2 C's. Can I just copy paste? 1 C. No H there at all. Oh, fuck me. Well, that feels ridiculous. I'm doing something wrong. There's nothing on the internet about him, though? I mean, I can do a periodical search. Aha! This page hasn't been updated for at least 8 months. Son of James and Gwendolyn Morden, grandson of Elias Roottree. Elias trusts me with carrying on his legacy, and that's what I plan to do. Along with 5 pieces, our chocolate maple products are selling incredibly well. We'll not be making any changes. What about Butler County Times? Damn. What if I look up Guy Hudson here? Twin sister. Yeah, they were in advertisements. Who would know one of those adorable redheads? Guy's uncle, current president, has decided to take an early retirement to focus on traveling the world with his wife. Zach was quoted as saying, "Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Claire and I plan to reflect on a life well lived. Guy is new to the business world, but he's family. We at Roottree have faith in his innovative ideas, and he's eager to share them with the world." How do I find out his secretary? Interesting. Here we go. They died in a car accident. Surprisingly light on relevant details. Someone swerved into the car. They were in that picture. They were at like a party. Maybe I can look that up. Rootree family picnic. Let's search that. I thought I was just... Okay, what about periodicals, Butler County Times, picnic? Okay. They might have got my ass then. Oh, man, that photo would make so much sense. Rootree family picnic. That's Guy drinking a bud. They were having an affair. Company picnic. Interesting. Okay, there's still like hella things to learn. The miracle issue still has something. We talked about him going on a tour. I mean, one is crazy. Let's start with the one that has the most. Start here. There's the hella information here. Holy moly, holy moly, holy moly. We haven't looked up a Nama Mom. Let's look up a Nama Mom. A Nama Mom. Am I spelling that wrong? Anon. Yeah, I am spelling that wrong. Anonymom was the second high-profile case after Felix Fellows of a potential new Rootree being added to the Clansid Trust. Instead of claiming herself a Rootree, however, she claimed she'd slept with Guy Hudson and that her daughter was a Rootree. The accusation came during the height of Roottreemania and began with a brief TV interview. She appeared in the shadows with a disguised voice and promoted an article about herself in News Time. In the TV interview and the article, she referred to her daughter as Jane Doe Rootree. The name Anonymom was not self-inflicted. It seemed to spring up organically because no one knew how to refer to her. Of course. The day after the News Time article, Sam Madsen publicly supported Anonymom due to some parts of the story she found particularly credible. With the momentum from Sam's endorsement, Anonymom went on a media blitz. Ultimately, this backfired. As more details came out, people became skeptical of her story due to the extreme similarity to 5 Pieces. Her accusation even included many of the same details as his mother's story. Do you think... I mean, well, if they're both going to the same sex party with him. This included her job, secretary, and the time period late 70s. Okay, so a second secretary. After fumbling with the 5P story so publicly, the Roottrees were more prepared to handle all Clansid Trust-related cases. Within a week, a DNA test proved that Anonymom's daughter could not be related to the Roottrees. This was announced at a joint press conference with lawyers representing both Anomanom and the Roottrees. Each party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples. Immediately after the negative results were released, many of those who had already been skeptical felt vindicated. Others who had built up hope that the story would repeat itself after 5Ps felt duped. Many people suspected the whole affair had been a hoax to gain fame and money. Many demanded that Anomanom be held accountable, and some people even began to attempt to track down her true identity. The Rootree company felt pressured to put out a second statement to try and curb some of the backlash, even going so far as to say, though it was scientifically proven that Jane Doe Rootree is not a Rootree, this doesn't mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. She had every right to make her claim as it has been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Please leave their family alone. Many people claim that high-profile anticlimax and public backlash was the beginning of the end for Roottreemania, since much of the fun was the shared fascination about secret Roottrees. Others think that, like any fad, it just ran its course naturally. Regardless, this was the final notable event related to the release of 6 pieces, and things soon went back to normal. Jane Doe Roottree has already been eliminated as a potential new Roottree by the company's lawyers, who are the ones verifying your work. Anamam's affair does not appear on your tree. So Anamam was a secretary in the 70s when either Zach or Guy was president. He had no kids. Okay, I'm starting to think that Guy Hudson is I'm starting to think that Guy Hudson was really fucking. Can I say that? Can I say that, man? And we know that this is a Joanna secretary. So these had an affair with someone, so someone's kids might be Roottrees. Oh my god. Possible infidelity 1, 1921? Well, 1921 pretty much has to be Elias, right? Am I crazy? When were these people's birthdays? It doesn't say their birthdays on here. Could it be Elias Jr.? Let me find his birthday. Let me just search it. Elias Jr.'s name is listed on a website about historical buildings in Butler County. He's listed alongside an old residence, the Hunchetop House. What? They come up empty. Okay, that's because we have to go to public library. Library. Not author, though. Oh, no. We had already searched so many books before. Ah, shit. Shit. Elias Jr. Okay, that's not happening. I can't remember the library books we found. I just want to know his birthday. That's all I was trying to figure out. But if he founded the company in 1900, let's look up Elias Roottrees Sr. The big dog. They were never celebrities, with the general perception of them as classic faces. Ooh, this is new. Has always been somewhat high regards. This was Elias' intention as a family man with his family brand. Since 6 pieces, the candy company has placed much less of an emphasis on Elias as a historical, brand-connected figure. But there have also been those who have argued that it was his right to decide how to split his inheritance and that he did nothing wrong. This has led to some heated television exchanges and countless op-eds. The first Anderson Maple Farm only used to be a popular tourist attraction during the summer months when it had special tours. However, it has since seen an explosion of off-season business as some religious and political groups decided to visit to show support for Elias and Gwyneth's traditional values and financial rights. Yikes. This rise in support was in turn followed by pickets from gay rights activists when some particularly inflammatory organizations made their pilgrimages. Amongst all this conflict, the farm has since shut down, seemingly indefinitely. The website says, check back later, but has no date listed. The quotes from Bess Williamson's book appear to have been taken down. Okay, let's look up the farm. Let's just look up Anderson Maple Farm, I guess. Same thing. Okay. Never mind. Who was Bess Williamson and what was her book? Bess Williams. She lived just outside of Miami. She died in a hurricane? What the fuck? She had a minor history with the Roottrees. Her only notable book, Family Man, is widely considered blatant propaganda about Elias Roottree. Maybe he was fucking her. It's all been forgotten until recently when it was released during the height of Roottreemania. There's a site dedicated to hurricane statistics that also mentions Bess Williams. The Bocadoro Library, not far from where she lived, was partially destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the nonfiction section after her. The library was expanded again in 1950 and then closed in 1963 when multiple larger libraries opened in the surrounding area. Do you think the Roottree made a donation or something? Holy. Let's look up Family Man by Bess Williams. Bang! 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 The dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. But if they were to replace that definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. The book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know of his true feelings towards some of the extended family, you're not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of this book was so lazy that they reused the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright had expired. The best thing it has going for it is that it's only 85 pages long. Okay, there's some juice in here. Huh. There's some juice in here and it's so short. Reissue of the book versus the original issue. I guess we look up Elias on Business Watch. Didn't we already do that? Okay. Fuck me then. Fuck me then, man. Uh-huh. I had the field swapped? Oh, did I really? I think I did. Yeah, you're right. Elias Roottrees was awarded Watchman of the Year in 1936 for his accomplishment of rolling out 5 pieces to a global market. Notes from the article and a scan of someone made the cover have been added to your evidence. But I think I'd already had that as evidence. Interesting. Dude, should I look up 6 Pieces by Sam Madsen? Of course we should have done that. Sam Madsen's book was released earlier this year and details the truth about Elias Roottree as well as Sam's fathers, Edward Clancy Roottree and John Miller. You help verify her story. So much of the book's core contents are familiar to you. That said, Sam had some sections on other family secrets and rumors. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book, and some of it is new to you and may be important to your new search. Fucking finally. I can't click his face. Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family. Sam's book has a few different passages about her own history with the company and the rumors and gossip she collected during that tenure. She ran the farm for a period starting around 1968, after the death of Elias Roottree, until her daughter Gwyneth took over in 1984. Most of the relevant rumors coincide with the reign of Guy Hudson, who took over as president in 1978. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy, and according to maybe she fucking crashed into his car. And according to 6 Pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife, Patricia. Many of their hires at the time were young, single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. This was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you find the following information that may be relevant. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. Elizabeth had a daughter. A supervisor named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter. It was one of Sam's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Oh. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Okay, wait, what? Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met and who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties. I mean, I want to search Antonelli's. Periodicals. It's going to be Butler County Times. Butler County Times, Antonelli's. Antonelli. No. No! Hello? Oh, did I spell it wrong? I've spelled everything wrong. I have. Antonelli's is an Italian restaurant and has been I would be a terrible journalist. And it's been in the Butler County Times twice. The most recent time was when it closed in 1992. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land the building was on, and at the time of the article, she was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or if she would retire. Many years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day 1978 that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Ladies and gentlemen, we friggin' got them. Christine Garland responded. She and her husband, Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Bang! Christine Garland was a paramour of Guy Hudson. And her husband was Steve, but this is not Joanna, the mother of the guy. Which means, unless Joanna was first, then this is Christine? Or Elizabeth? Wait. No, not Elizabeth. Wait. Do you think that was second? When do you think they were doing their dirty shit? Great. She delivered produce from her mother's farm. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance at the party and eloped at the end of last year. Now she has a bun in the oven and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary but went back to delivering produce on weekends, trying to save money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. Okay, so I think Christine Garland, for one, we should search her ass. Okay. Christine Garland. No. Help. Antonelli's. She ain't gonna be in anywhere else. Okay, no worries. Oh, wait, moved to Boston and opened their own restaurant? Oh, Antonelli's Boston. Yo. Okay, what was her name? Christine Garland. I'm not... I feel like this is Christine Garland then. Christine? Because knowing that this could have been... That means this is Guy, by the way. Right? We thought it was going to be a misdirect. It was not a misdirect. President. Bro. President third. Lock it in. 1, 2. Christine Garland, secretary. I need to get a picture of her somehow. And her husband was Steve. Oh. Steve Garland. Almost assuredly, right? Because it was giving her last name. Stephen Garland. Okay. Christine went to the sex party. How do I get a picture of her? How do I get a picture of her? And her daughter. Christine is the daughter of Elizabeth, who was a farmhand. She was a secretary. They left and they went to Boston. I feel like I need to search like Antonelli's Boston. Like imagine if they did it. Steve's place. What was her name? Not Bess Williams, bro. Stephen Garland. Let me search Stephen Garland. Damn. Okay. Stephen Garland. Butler. No. Damn, I feel like Boston is a huge thing to learn about that. Okay, whatever. We'll chill for a second. Guy Hudson, swinger parties. One of Sam's supervisors, Elizabeth. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding to markets previously untapped. This guy loved to tap things, if you know what I mean. However, when he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. There is also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have cheated on Gwyneth. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage, instead of it being a natural course of events. That's great for the leftmost one. She mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Okay, well, it's obvious then. Sam, who says her son Ernie once asked her, "Who's Beth?" because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth from the supervisor from the farm. Oh shit. But she never met her. Okay, well let's lock some infidelity in, baby. Give me Elias Sr., please. Bang. Elias Roottree. Occupation, president first. Let's say unknown name, Elizabeth. They just be fucking secretaries around here, huh? Call me Maggie Gyllenhaal. Okay, great. Infidelity. Damn, that is a long Long, long, long train. Okay, great. Possible infidelity 2. This is probably one of the 5 pieces then. Infidelity 3. So this could be Zach, mayhaps. If this is Guy, infidelity at the latest. She was a mechanic. Is there something feels miracle pilled? I don't know. Wait, 2 Roottrees got married? Oh, it's a family tree update. This is not infidelity. This is just 2 people getting married. In 1998. Check the Butler County Times for weddings. Whoops. Periodicals. Butler County Times. Wedding. Marriage. Okay, fuck me then. They don't like that. They don't like that. Let's finish the article that we were on. Oh, we already got that one. There's still a lot more information, though. Elias cheated with a secretary named Elizabeth. Interesting. Antonelli's. I feel like we need to know. Also, Brazil. Factory in Brazil, huh? You can't just search Brazil. Expanding. Interesting. He bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. I mean, I think we need to go Business Watch. Brazil. Roottrees expansion. Factory. Candy factory. Oh, no. Shit. Okay, we don't know what that one is then. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Different Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met. Worked one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, the caterer from the local restaurant Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties and they eloped quickly. Yeah, no, we got that. We feel very good about Christine Garland. How do I get more information on Christine Garland? Is the real thing. They just don't fuck with me. Oh, we can check Rochelle Zimmer just to see if maybe there's some juice here. It's a name. It's gonna, if we do Rochelle Zimmer in the Butler County Times, it's gonna be this exact article probably. Oh, Rochelle and her husband Mark Zimmer have a few mentions in the Butler County Times. Both were local business owners. Rochelle owned Antonelli's, an Italian restaurant, and Mark owns a local bookstore called Bookmarks. Very cute. Both closed in '92. Mark was also mentioned once in the Butler County Times when he was sued by Steve Garland. Let's go. We got there. Mark Zimmer in the Butler County Times. Wait, he was sued. Butler County Times when he was sued by Steve Garland. Well, show me that. Ah. Whoa. The second is from months later in September of 1978. A listing for his weekend cooking class, Gourmet for the Groovy. The blurb mentions that he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month so he can keep an eye on his son. The third was from 1991 and is titled Local Author Sued by Former Butler County Resident. It seems that a local author by the name of Mark Zimmer, so that would be his father-in-law. No, sorry, that would be his boss's husband, never mind, was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales on television. His recipe book was partially plagiarized from the recipes that Steve Garland would give his students during his cooking lessons before he moved. The article mentions that although the recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it. These usually doubled as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. Apparently, these stories were found word for word in Zimmer's cookbook, in addition to additional stories that followed the same format. Aha. Okay, so he hates his ass. Nice. Kitchen Tales, credited to Mark Zimmer. Kitchen Tales me. The Plated Loaf. Oh, I can't get a photo of someone. Kitchen Tales is a book that combined recipes and stories. It has mild popularity but seemed to disappear from online marketplaces in 1992. You found a scan of one story on the website. It demonstrates how to bake the plated loaf. For years, two bakers, Flora and Yates, flirted. They grew their friendship, compared recipes, and combined knowledge. She loved his salt and pepper beard. He adored her rosemary cheeks. They thought sweetly about one another, but he was one day whisked away, conscripted to bake the army's bread. By the oil of the lamp, Flora's tears began to salt her bread. The recipe asked the reader to combine yeast, flour, sugar, olive oil, and rosemary. Combine the salt and water together and add to the mixture and whisk until the dough begins to form. It was 10 to 12 years later that they met again, seemingly by fate. Flora's unique dough had earned her a position as the king's personal baker. Yates had found success as well. He baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. One day they returned from the Dutch Isles with a gift, 450 unbaked loaves, and were sent to the palace bakery to teach a method that required no kneading. Allow the dough to proof for 10 to 12 hours, then spread it out and let it sit for 45 minutes on a floured baking sheet with no kneading. Next, prepare a Dutch oven preheated to 450 degrees. Upon seeing Yates, Flora was delighted and distraught. She felt as if she was torn in two. She had not been made aware of the gift and had already prepared buns for the palace ovens. She wished to greet Yates warmly, but was struck by fears that he'd be unable to bake with her, that she'd face retribution for being unprepared. She cried to Yates, adding more salt to her dough. Cut the dough into 2 equal pieces and lightly sprinkle salt across the top of one of them. Unnecessarily long recipe final boss. It is crazy. Yates eased her pain. I'm gonna never forget how to make bread after this. Eased her pain. He insisted she had no obligation to prepare for a return. She thought impossible, but he shared her fear of retribution. He knew if they did not solve her predicament, they'd miss their final chance to bake together. In the end, instead of wallowing in the present, they worked together to shape their future. They twisted and entwined. There's no way this is a fun memory device to learn how to bake bread, by the way. You have to remember the longest story in the world. Thus was born the plated loaf. Word quickly spread of this new delight. The king's decree on royal parchment was that it would be considered a delicacy. Roll and twist the pieces to entwine them, then take the twist and wrap around the inside of the Dutch oven atop parchment and outside inward to make a spiral. Bankrolled by the king, Flora and Yates spent their days baking together. They traveled for 45 years, then settled down for 15 more. Their souls were golden with no regrets. Lastly, bake for 45 minutes, remove lid, and observe until crust is golden brown, which takes 15 minutes. What the fuck? There's 2 hints in here? What? What? It's just a recipe, bro. I mean, I have no idea. Maybe it's like children's name and they use the story or something. These people have a much different idea of a Dutch oven than me, I'm assuming. A Dutch oven is like a cast iron pot with a lid that you can put coals under and on top of. It's a really fun way to cook. I used to make pizzas and cobblers in Dutch ovens. I have legitimately no fucking clue what they're trying to tell me with the plated loaf. Legitimately no clue. But I did sue him. Oh, we never finished this. Kitchen Tales. It was featured on a morning talk show. The book release for the internet was widespread, so mentions are rare. One book collector states that the publishers were unprepared for the demand and that there was no second printing, so it's unusual to find a copy in the wild. You find an alternative medicine website which focuses on cooking with natural ingredients. It mentions that one of the kitchen's tales used salt water. The owner of the site has included a scan of the recipe, which is added to your evidence. She says if you switch out the salt water in the recipe for a mix of 2/3 spring water and 1/3 filtered seawater, it tastes great. Wait, who's she? Oh, it's the person who just did this thing? Okay, Kitchen Tales was absolutely not what I needed. Okay, they local author sued by former Butler County resident. This is the other article. Okay. Interesting. He met his wife, Christine. His name is Steve Garland. He made a cookbook. Okay, let's look up Gourmet for the Groovy really quick. Butler County Times, probably. Yes. Steve Garland's mentioned a couple articles. Oh, no. It's the same. God damn it. Okay. Gourmet for the Groovy doesn't help me. How do you think Steve knew Guy enough to go to the swinger party? And how many people do you think lived in Butler? Was everyone going to the swinger party library? They said no one has the book, but I guess I can try. Go back. Steve. Kitchen Tales. Sorry. Mark Zimmer. I thought Steve. Kitchen Tales. Dragon Tales. Oh, re-released as Garnishing the Truth. A recipe book that contains stories. Okay. What? Why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to me? Garnishing the Truth is a cookbook credited to Garland and Zimmer. Wait, what? It was released in 1994. It was actually quite successful after the duo appeared to promote it on a talk show. They sued each other and then they partnered. The recipes are accompanied by stories to help the reader remember ingredients. The review says that it seems perfect for learning to cook with the entire family. What? What? Tell me about that. Okay. Okay. I learned so much about Steve Garland. Are these saying that one of the kids could be guys? I don't know. Okay, we have Elias over here. Possible infidelity there. We know Guy here. We know that this is a secretary named Joanna. And her husband, and she moved to Portland. I need to learn more about Portland. I need to learn more about heroin. I need to learn more about her husband. Do we remember her husband's name? Let's do a quick David Fellows again. Hello? I spelled Fellows wrong. I spelled Fellows wrong. According to fan sites, Felix Fellows is not 5P's actual name. His birth name was David Fellows. Dirty Davy was his previous stage name. He used to perform live shows in Portland under that name. There's also some people selling his old mixtapes, Dirty Devil and Dirt Poor. Dirty Davy, I need to know about you, bro. How do I find his dad's name? Also, he wanted to fuck his cousin. Yes, I Can Jump. Go, white boy. Yes, I Can Jump is a song that was on 5P's mixtape Dirty Devil. It seems to be the only song that didn't make it to his studio album that people thought should have. In it, he references a popular movie from 1992 called White Men Can't Jump. The reference has caused some confusion amongst the fan base. Because of it, it's agreed upon the mixtape had to come out in 1992 at the earliest. But others point out that Fellows references seeing the movie on his 17th birthday. That would have been in 1994. Huh? Some take this to mean that the album had to have been released in 1994 at the earliest. Others claim that it was likely he was trying to make himself sound older, since in response to some of the more questionable lyrics, he has stated multiple times that he was just a dumb kid when it released. Whoa, what's up, ooh, jellyfish? I hope you brought your brain. Current objective is to fill out the family tree is so funny, because that's the entire game, by the way. Okay, so there's some discrepancy about his age. He said he saw it on his 17th birthday. But he saw it on his 15th birthday, or he was born 2 years earlier. Secret baby. What are we meant to think there? I think that I have to go to the bathroom. That's what I think. BRB, running an ad. Subscribe if you don't want to see the ad, if you want to support the content. If you don't want to see an ad and you don't want to use your Prime, you could also go check out the stream on YouTube, which should not have an ad right now. BRB. Oh. Okay. I feel much better. All we have to do is figure out how to learn more about these Guy Hudson sex parties. And then it's freaking over. What does it mean that he lied about either his age? Maybe, how old was his mother? Maybe there's some malfeasance going on. Is it possible he just saw the movie at home on his 17th birthday?
I don't need to hold on to my bribery money anymore.
Well, this has just worked out for me then. Thank you, Neely. Might just be to make it harder to pin down the affair date. Oh, like theoretically. Well, it's not that hard because we know he has to be here because he's most relevant. Dude, there's still so much more in reminders. Wait, what? This is all just reminders. How is there this? Oh, no. Oh, I guess maybe we could search some stuff and there's like new shit. Like, what if we look up Clan Said Trust straight up? Like, maybe there's some updates. Ooh. Great. Yes. This is what we need to read. All right, here we go. After release of 6 pieces by Sam Madsen, the Clan Said Trust came under heavy scrutiny. Sam, her children, and her grandchildren should have all been covered under the trust, according to the wording revealed during an internal family conflict between Ron and Robbie Roottrie. It seems that those who wrote the trust, Clancy Edward Roottrie, at the direction of Elias Roottrie, purposely deceived the rest of the family about the exact details of how it worked in an attempt to keep Sam and her father Edward Clancy, his own twin brother, in comparative poverty. Because the rest of the family made money hand over fist, they had very little motivation to question their understanding. Sam's book revealed this to the public, and it did not go over well. Clark Lafferty LaRue took over the company, and his most celebrated move was his first official one. He ensured Sam's family would get their share. To help facilitate this, the inheritance aspect of the trust is now under control of a third party, Ruby Legal Enterprises. This ensures that the financial motivations of Roottrie family members will not interfere with the investigation into potential new Roottries. According to Clark's letter, however, some family members are still doing their best to slow the investigation by refusing to answer questions. I wonder who's... I mean, obviously, Miracle. Let's look up Ruby Enterprises. Its name of the law firm has been hired by the Roottrie Candy Company. The company is named after its head lawyer, Ruby Spratt. You can't find much about the company from before this year, though all the articles tell the same tale. After the fiasco of 5 pieces and the revelation that the Roottries' internal law group was complicit in such a cover-up, they hired outside counsel. The Ruby Legal Enterprise Group now seems to have ties to multiple aspects of the Roottrie Corporation, including the Candy Company and Root. They were recently in the news due to a high-profile lawsuit they raised against Cicely Sanchez. Okay, we also have to look up that person. Cicely Sanchez is an author best known for Portrait of a Changed Man, released in 1979. Her follow-up, Foreign Gospel, 1984, did not perform as well critically, but still sold quite respectably. She's written a few more books since then, including a biography of Van Gogh, but her first 2 are her claim to fame. According to a site about authors, Cicely is known for her non-fiction with a focus on exploring darkness and the human psyche. I'm really quite dark and twisted. Recently, Cicely appeared in a magazine called Piketty, excuse me, with an article about a book she had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. The magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures that should never have had the rights to publish. The issue was pulled from store shelves, making it an instant collector's item. Well, that's easy. A Piketty is a category of flower with an outline around... Wait, what? It's a magazine. Piketty magazine. There we go. Nice. Piketty magazine's a publication that, as far as you can tell, has no consistent theme. It tends to contain tabloid-esque articles that appeal to a wider variety of audiences and appears in many grocery stores near the checkout line. Unlike traditional tabloids, it doesn't typically feature celebrities on the cover. Instead, it tends to latch onto and create sensationalist headlines about whatever subject appears to be popular at any given time. Hey, much like my YouTube, am I right? In recent years, this has included Beanie Babies, Magic Eye Images, and even Red Bull. It has often come under fire for printing fiction along with facts. Piketty gets around this by stating in every issue that all its articles are all hearsay that's fit to print. Insane. At one point, Piketty ran an article about Cicely Sanchez, an author she claims to have written an unread book about Guy Hudson. The article was not given the main focus of the issue, yet the magazine was threatened legally by the Roottrees Corporation. The particular issue, the Big Sass Sea Bass issue, was pulled from shelves. It's now become a collector's item, especially amongst conspiracy theorists attempting to figure out what the Roottrees company was hiding. You find a recently finished online auction that has listed a copy at over $1,000, though nobody bid. The Big Sass Sea Bass. It's a talking fish that you mount on your wall. No, I don't... It also appeared on the cover of Piketty magazine. I see. So we need to go periodicals, Piketty, Big Sass, Sea Bass. Shit. Big Sass. Shit. God damn it. What was it called? Big Sass Sea Bass. Oh, just not right click. Big Sass Sea Bass, periodicals, Piketty, search. Bang! 1 second. In an issue that focused on talking to a fish and the demonic messages it supposedly said about as the batteries ran low, Piketty had an article about a canceled book by Cicely Sanchez. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures that Cicely did not have the rights to publish. Because of the pictures, this issue is pulled from store shelves, making the subject of conspiracies and an instant collector's item. Due to this recall, the version found in these archives is incomplete. What? What? This was the issue. Basselbub? Could this popular gift be filling homes with satanic messages? This was the issue of Piketty magazine that contained an article about Cicely Sanchez. The story concerned an unreleased book she had written about Guy Hudson. It seems that it used photos of Guy and that Cicely did not own the rights to publish. Unfortunately, the magazine was issued a cease and desist by the Roottrees lawyers. The magazine was pulled from shelves, and the version you found in your periodical search had the relevant pages removed, rendering this magazine useless unless you want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. June of '99. How are there 8 in here? Interesting. Oh, that's so fascinating. I mean, I want to get the one... I can't get the one that's on eBay. Captain Palace, Favorite Prime.
Feels good.
Huh. Maybe Guy Hudson had an affair with the bass. You click the 8 to see how it works again. Yeah, it's intuition. Basically, it means there's like 8 things that I can make 8 inferences on the family tree based on this document, right? Icy Phoenix! Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're trying to solve a mystery. We're doing our freaking best. Will do. Oh, yeah. Okay. Protein bar enjoyed. There's no way I can get more of the Piketty magazine. Let's go back to Sicily. There we go. We need to learn more about Cicely. What if we go to periodicals? What's her name? Cicely Sanchez? Let's periodical search her. Business Watch, nothing. Butler County Times, nothing. News Time, nothing. Oh, unless... News Time briefly covered a lawsuit between Ruby Spratt and Pickett's magazine surrounding Cicely Sanchez. They said that Cicely didn't have the rights to distribute the photos in the magazine of Guy Hudson. Pickett's apparently announced that they would be pulling their issue the following day, the moment that Ruby Legal Enterprises threatened them. This caused the issue to sell faster than any other in the magazine's history, though only for a day. Even people that would never have normally purchased it went out of their way to buy one, just in case it'd be worth something someday. It especially caught the eye of conspiracy theorists. An expert legal analysis from News Time states that it was unlikely that Ruby could have had the story pulled if it had gone to court, and Pickett's lightly got more eyes on it than it would have if the Roottrees just ignored the story. Okay, let's search. But let's go through her on all these just in case, and then we got to go to Ruby. Ruby, 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 Ruby. Ruby Spratt, dude. Imagine Ruby Spratt's a Roottree. And even though that she's the third-party investigator, she is fucking everything up. Like her company is relatively elusive. The most complete source of information you can find from before her time with the Roottrees is from the website for a magazine owned by a major airline. She was the subject of one article from a recurring series about modern-day success stories. She grew up in foster care. Okay, she's almost assuredly a Roottree then, right? But excelled at school and earned a scholarship to study at Mid-Eastern University. There she graduated at the top of her legal class and was quickly hired as a lawyer for a prominent firm. There are a few high-profile corporate involved cases she was a part of. One was as a legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against a manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Another was to help a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland with the rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. Wait, what? Portland, huh? The blurb ends by calling her new firm a double threat. Her company's services are a cross between a traditional lawyer and a PR manager. Wait. There's a thing to search all periodicals? Is there really? Is it in the settings? Oh, yeah. Thank you. She's in Portland as well? And she's a foster kid. Bro, tell me one of these ain't Ruby. Tell me one of these ain't Ruby. Ooh, the name is in the list, baby. The name is in the fucking list. Stanz, are you Ludwig's cousin? What's it to you? What's it freaking to you, man? What I am is trying to suss out the infidelity or family tree update. 2 people that are on the family tree got married. I just don't understand. There has to be some new news. There has to be some new news. What about like Tessa Roottree? Maybe nothing relevant? Wait, really?
Damn, it feels good.
Hi, Dad, die.
Hi, Dad, die. I don't understand, but I do thank you for the sub. Tessa Roottree. She doesn't have anything? Was she in periodicals? She owned a gas station. Or a auto body shop. I need to know. I haven't got a single solve yet, by the way. I need to know what his dad's name was. What if, okay. I'm gonna say something crazy. What if Joanna was fucking here, but she was also fucking here with Zach Morden? Is that crazy? Well, no, 1949, that is crazy. That's legitimately insane. Wait, so Zach Morden was fine? Check the refresher note? I did. I can't remember what this. There's so much stuff on here. Roottrees Candy Company was founded. Blah blah blah. Elias, Carl, and Raina were on the cover of magazines. Other notable Roottrees, such as Lauren Roottrees, Miracle Roottrees, and Jim Roottrees, had physical media such as recorded albums, books, and other movies associated with them. Lauren's 2 diaries were the most useful resources, mentioning many of her relatives directly. 5 pieces, Elias's children who we identified based on the initials of their candy flavors. Many of the younger Roottrees were found by following a complex rabbit hole through a conspiracy site that led to finding a searchable web address for Chris Rafferty. What if I just search Chris Raff? Sometimes you just have to search the thing. Sometimes you just have to search the thing. Chris Rafferty's Prodigy site seems to have been discovered by the masses. Gone are the art pictures of his cousins. Instead, it's a list of questions that people kept emailing him. The most relevant ones are the following. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back home to Virginia. The songs are different volumes. I moved back home to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. Is that true? Chris Raff? Wait, what? Who the fuck is Chris Rafferty? Chris Rafferty. Maybe this is the updated family tree. Because his mom is Jane LaRue. So this would be Jane LaRue. Is that reasonable? My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number on a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. He was happy to hear from me, and now he calls me once a month and came to visit me in college. He tells me about things I don't remember and people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't very close. Did you ever meet the Roottrees? I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, and I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember and what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5 and in the office with my dad, and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate, and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories of that come from the picture or not. Okay, well, that's great. With my dad and Guy was there. This is probably the mom. Stepdad wouldn't be on the tree because only his dad was a Roottrees, if that makes sense. No, I don't know what you're saying. How did you have proof of Ernie Madsen's heart condition? I knew Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poison because I saw it on the Roottrees Curse website. And he emailed some old stuff, including the proof, but even with the proof, the website didn't take it down. You spelled fiance wrong. I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. Okay, let's check out this picture. Whoa. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. Well, for one, that's him. That's Chris as a young child. Great. Great. We also know the photo was on Chris Rafferty's website. It's a photo of him, his father, and Guy Hudson. While they were distracted, he snuck into the supply closet they kept for visitors and tours. He did not know who the woman in the photo was. I mean, I'm a firm believer that this woman is 5 Pieces' mom. Red hair means he's in the Zachariah line, right? No, red hair means that's Guy Hudson. And who is the other guy? That's his dad. That's his dad, who is Clark Rafferty. Yo. Mustache Clark, we call him. 0 of 4. Wait, are they telling me I'm a fucking idiot? Guy Hudson. Wait, I can't even put a new picture of Guy Hudson. Oh, I can down here, I bet. Once you verify this person, you'll be able to add bonus photos. What the hell? Okay. How is it 0 of 4? Basically, you're cooking a loaf of bread, but it's not in the Dutch oven yet. Is that anything? No, it's not anything. Okay. I feel like this is Joanna. Wait, we know this is Joanna. Why wouldn't we use this picture, you freaking fool? But we just don't know her last name. Like, it could be Fellows, but it could be anything else. Wait. Christine Garland. How do I find out Joanna's real last name? And spouse has to be last name Fellows. And it has to be unknown man or whatever. Okay. Okay. Joanna and Guy. His final affair. Guy do be cheating. Guy be cheating a lot. Okay. And that is Guy. He's eating chocolate. If Guy is president, what was his job? He's in advertising. He was never president. So if Guy's in the office, Guy is president. And if Guy is president, if that is the woman, she was only there for 2 weeks. So actually, I don't know if that's her. That could also very easily be like the next secretary. I think we have to take the picture off. That could be... Oh, we didn't put it on. Oh. That's Christine Garland. Bang! Based on the age of... He was born in 75. This is 75. I think. Are these not right? 0 out of 4. Hey, Kuiper BK. 0 out of 4. I don't know if that means I've gotten them wrong or if it just doesn't want to count them. This has to be right, does it not? I think I'm misunderstanding this thing in the corner. Ah, shoot. Ah, shoot. Ah, shoot. Ah, shoot. Ah, shoot. I also am definitely not understanding this. Locks in once you have 4 correct. Yeah, but it says 0. It doesn't say like 1 out of 4, 2 out of 4. So if this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. That means something's wrong here. We know Elias is right. 1. We're pretty sure Guy is right. 2. This is right. 3. That means neither of these are right. Either this isn't her name or this isn't her picture. And it's not Fellows here? It always goes maiden name, right? Yeah, it always goes maiden name. Yeah, but this one would have been done. So if these 3 are right, all we have to do is find Joanna's maiden name. And we're done. But I'm having a hard time finding it. A very hard time finding it. Joanna Fellows. Let's do periodicals. Joanna Fellows. Oh no. Felix. Damn it. I mean, I feel like more about that, what? His name is Hudson? Guy Hudson? Yeah, because he was married in. You're right. Guy Hudson. We got Cicely Sanchez, Felix Fellows, the deaths of Guy and Patricia, and then Business Watch Guy Hudson. Hasn't been updated. Hasn't been updated. 5 Ps. Cicely Sanchez. We can look up Cicely's other books, I guess. Might be like a reasonable way to do something. I don't think they're going to help us, but... Portrait of a Changed Man. In the books. Okay, help me. Hello? Okay, we have to go to public library. Cicely Sanchez. Out of print. The bookstore says to say, what if you could stand for everything you know to be true? What if everything you stand for, everything you know to be true today could disappear in an instant? All of your politics, relationships gone in the blink of an eye. Would you still be you? Cicely Sanchez tells a powerful story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. Included are interviews from those that knew him best before, as well as a one-on-one chat that paints an entirely different picture. You won't be able to put it down without wondering, what if that were me? Okay, that didn't help. What's her other book? Foreign Gospel. I think there's some stuff with Brazil that we're also very interested in. Foreign Gospel tells a tale about a man from the Catholic Church who claims he was told by God he should travel to Thailand to begin to preach, specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. He returned to the United States just after 2 years, claiming to have succeeded. The book tells his version of the story, but the author, Cicely Sanchez, also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with some of the so-called converted. Okay, Cicely. You're of no help to me, and we can't find the right option of Piketty. What's the Raynara? He wrote a song about Reyna. Just a quick search about Reyna Rootree. Hey! Excuse me. Ah, new. The website used to initially place Reyna, Rose, and Riley is still up, though instead of the cheery pink background with purple text, it's now a more traditional black text on a white background. The young webmaster has turned the site into a memorial for the sisters and their father. It seems like she did end up getting her ears pierced like Rose after all. Regardless, there's no relevant information, just a picture of the girls with a sad MIDI piano playing in the background. From other higher profile sites, you find that a charity shop has charities been set up in the girl's name. The Roottrees Sisters Fashion Scholarship. Bang. Pull that thread, baby. The Root website is a small memorial section to the deceased members of the family, but it contains no new information. The most recent catalog, spring of '99, had an entirely black cover with no text on it. On the leadership page, you learn that Root is currently managed by a designer who is apparently Brenda White's second in command. You don't recognize her name, and she seems unrelated to your search. There's also a scholarship page. On it, you find information about the Roottrees Sisters Fashion Scholarship. It's awarded to 3 underprivileged high school girls each year who wish to pursue a career in fashion. Apparently, it also gives them an opportunity to show off their designs on professional models on a real runway. According to the site, the fund was created directly from shares that would have contributed to the inheritance of the Roottrees sisters if they were still alive. Like other aspects of the Clanstead Trust, it's managed by Ruby Legal Enterprises. I want to find out who they gave the scholarship to. But they won't tell me? Because what if Ruby... Here's what I'm thinking. Can I tell you like this thought that I have in my head? I am a believer that Ruby of Ruby Legal Enterprises is actually a secret Roottrie. And I believe that in her position as the manager of the Clanstead Trust could be committing malfeasance. And if I'm Ruby and I want to maybe help out other members of the Roottrees family that are not proven, I might want to like give them scholarships and stuff like that. But I can't fucking get any further in it. Give me Root. Yeah. Okay, Root just gives me the same thing. Periodicals. You can't search Root. Of course you can't. Oh, man. What if I just rip Roottrees Sisters? Same page. Do we have any evidence that Ruby is sus? She's a foster child, which means that her parentage is unknown. And in a game about genealogy, a character whose parentage is unknown feels like a smoking gun. You know what I mean? Look at all these freaking kids born out of wedlock. You're telling me not one of them is Ruby? Not a single one of them? Dude, there's 8 on here. And I can't get to Sicily. And I can't get to Piketty. And I can't get to Guy Hudson. What if I search periodicals? Not of Piketty, but for Piketty, to tell me more about the lawsuit? No, it's just Ruby Spratt versus Cicely Sanchez. No. No. Okay, I don't understand how there's 8 on that at all. Unless I get to the magazine itself. I mean, what if we look up... I was gonna say like the bass or something, but no. Okay, back to the table. Notable events. We started searching Anomamom. What about Jane Doe Rootree? We have not done a search on Jane Doe Rootree. And maybe there's just information on the internet. Yeah, Anomamom, news time. We know that she's not... Whoa. We already read this one. Ugh. It's not Anomamom. I'm thinking that Anomamom did go to one of those sex parties. But the baby is not guys. But there's also... Oh, there's only one more on this? Oh, there's only one more on this. What am I missing? Clark Rafferty LaRue, they really want me to look into. But that's who visited me, right? He was announced as the permanent successor to Carl Rootree and welcomed Sam Madsen to the family officially. The company hired outside legal counsel. Yeah. Which of the Rootrees? I feel like I want to learn more about the Rootree Rift. What? There's just a whole article on it. The 3 press releases from the Rootree Candy Company after the release of 6 pieces were referred to as the Rootree Rift due to the clear conflicts between them. The first was fairly standard. It stated that there was no president of the Rootree Company, but that the entire family was made aware of the release of the book and that they would be meeting as soon as possible. Only then could they verify the legitimacy of the claims it raised and decide next steps. The second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later and announced that after a vote, Ron Rootree would be taking over temporarily as interim president. It also went on to state that Ron was aware of the book and had verified the claims within and would look into compensating Mrs. Madsen and her family immediately. It also stated the company's lawyers would be taking immediate steps with the family to revisit the Clancy Trust terms to make sure nothing like this could happen again. Stanz, I just came back from watching Unpaid Intern. I just want to take some time to appreciate how well your acting was. I'd say one of the key characteristics of the show is your character. Thanks, man. I really, really, really love doing it. And I hope that I get to do it again in the future. It was quickly clear to business reporters and analysts that the time between the 2 press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family, even using conference calls. This was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day. It claimed that a draft of the announcement was made prematurely and that Clark Rafferty LaRue and Ron Rootree would be taking over as the company's first joint presidents. It also stated that any compensation planned would be based on a stringent verification process. What? What? Ron was announced as president of Rootree during the Rootree Rift, but the next press release immediately reversed the announcement. And Ron said he was going to give them the money. And now it's going to be more tight-pursed? That's so weird. Some veer into heavy speculation based on an article about Ron in Business Watch. We have to check that out. Ron has also done some interviews saying that the truth of what went on behind the scenes is not something he wishes to discuss. Instead, he hopes to release a movie about it someday. 3 weeks ago, Ron's mother, Gwen, died in Paris, France. He and his brother, Robbie, have seemingly made amends. Okay, let's check about Ron Rootree. Ron Rootree. Give me Ron Rootree. Please just let me... Okay, Ron Rootree. And then give me Business Watch. The Rootree Rift. Business Watch ran an article about 2 months after the Rootree Rift about what really happened with Rootree. The article mentions that nobody from Rootree that they reached out to was willing to go on the record. Instead, the timeline of events has been constructed from public record, accidental leaks, and a source on the inside. The only parts that are new to you are the most vague parts, the ones supposedly confirmed by their anonymous source. The timeline says that the family actually held a preliminary vote after Carl Rootree died, but before the release of 6 pieces, and decided they wanted Ron Rootree to take over because of his experience running RR Productions, and because he was a well-known and well-respected Rootree. But Ron seemed way too eager and personally motivated. They were worried he would gut the Clancy Trust to remove Robbie Rootree. The family was notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth. They stalled and Ron became frustrated with the delay. When 6 pieces came out, he saw his chance to force action while the family was in the limelight and released the press release himself in an attempt to get the ball rolling faster. This caused chaos within the family. They tried to save face by allowing Ron to take over as co-president with Clark, but according to Business Watch's source, Ron was impossible to deal with. He seemed like he was unwilling to protect the Clancy Trust, and they eventually let him go. After that, the role passed solely to Clark, who nobody was excited about, but seemed like the safest choice. Okay. Okay. But then didn't this say that Ron made up? Was it... Where was it? Here? What? Ron,
Damn, it feels good.
Ronald. This Ronald was going to be president? Plan and think of the 34 months. So fascinating. He was mad at Robert, and I can't remember why, but he wanted Robert out. Shit. Joanna. Oh. Her last name can't be Garland. It's Elizabeth's last name. We just have to find the Elizabeth that works at the Elizabeth that worked as a farmhand. I don't know how we will find the Elizabeth that worked as a farmhand, but that's what we need. Okay. Oh, now there's only one left. I think there was one left. We looked at the Roottrees Rift. We looked up Clark Rafferty LaRue. I mean, I guess we can just see if there's a new article about him. There is. He's the new president of the Roottrees Corporation that does not include Root, which has its own new leadership. Oh, we should look up that person in Root, too. The person who was like the artistic person. It was announced that he would be taking over, transitional period, press statement that thanked him for his work. Most of the information about Clark you already knew.
Good.
That one guy,
Daniel, how's it going? Hope the dad life is treating you well. Also, Big Brain plays today.
Thank you, one guy. Dad life is treating me well, and I'm doing my best in this. Most of the information about Clark you knew already. Many descriptions of him tend to focus on his advertising career and that his mother was Lauren Roottree. Few seem to touch on his complex and volatile marital history. Since taking over, Clark has tried to remain out of the spotlight, but did have one notable foray into the public eye. He gained a lot of support when his first move was a statement in favor of accepting Sam and her family into the trust. This also served as an announcement that the Clancy Trust would no longer be handled by anyone in the family, since due to their financial motivation, none of them could ever be impartial. Bro, I feel like Ruby is Clark's daughter. Am I smoking weed? I just feel like she is in my nuts. Brenda White. Give me Brenda White. Black and blue dress. It's a Brenda White original. Never mind. Huh. Huh. But there's no more infidelity here. It's really mostly guy. And then someone who would do infidelity in 1949. Well, I mean, we know Roottrie Elias Jr. did infidelity, but we don't want to go down the Sam line, right? Right. If you follow the money, it all leads to Ruby. That's kind of what I'm saying. I truly just want to get one lock-in, and then we can end. I cannot go without one lock-in, though. Ugh. Let's play this song again. Company picnic. Who's in the background here? No. The plated loaf. This is. Check the refresher for easy locks. I feel like I've been going back and forth between the refresher. I feel like I was spamming the refresher. Roottrees Candy Company was founded by Elias and Gwen many years ago. The entire family has a financial reliance on the help. Let's start from the bottom. There are also a few dead ends and red herrings, of course. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. What? What does that even mean? Ron and his brother Robert go by Ron and Robbie. Both worked on a TV show called Brother Trouble until Robbie embezzled money and fled to Paris. Ron unsuccessfully tried to have Robbie removed from the Clancy Trust. True. November was difficult to place. Her occupation could be found via Brian Jones' website. What if we go back to Brian Jones' website? Dude, what? It seems Brian Jones has been busy updating Stephanie Jones' campaign website. 2 new sections exist. The first is baby photo. There you see a picture of their new family together in the hospital. According to the site, our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. The second is what's next. There's not much substance there now, but it lists some small accomplishments and finishes with the recent rise in popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family, there's been some extra tension on me. Stay tuned for announcements in the coming months about how I plan to use this publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. All right, I got a picture. Bang, bang, bang. Brian Jones posted this photo of his family together in the hospital following the birth of their newborn girl. His daughter is wearing an adorable little Santa hat, and his wife Stephanie is giving her signature thumbs up. I mean, they're like right here. Where are they? Am I crazy? Where are they? Stephanie. There we go, Stephanie. I can't add any more pictures, though. I can't add any more pictures. Does that mean that one of them cheated? Wait. Where's their child? Oh, is that the new thing? They've added a child. They've added a child. What's her fucking name? I can't remember. Brian Jones. Bang. What's her name again? They just added a baby. Stephanie Landon, politics. Stephanie Landon, politics. Stephanie Landon, politics. These 4 entries are correct and have been locked. Bang! You've also locked the following optional entries. Nice. 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 Booyah! Sorry, I was trying to pause the music, but I did that. Oh, Sam's back.
Reached out to you. Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life.
Tell me, Sam. Sit down.
3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottrees. First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious.
Weird.
But then I saw the news. I felt terrible. So I began helping the others.
Good call, Sam.
Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that
was a
approached
normal
me.
mom.
I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there.
So here comes the third one.
But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's
Why would
intentions.
the company silence them?
But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down.
Mary Beth Clementine.
The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck.
I don't know if I can play this game anymore today. I think my brain is exploding. But I don't know what else I would do. I can't imagine speedrunning Minecraft either. I don't know. It's like everything right now seems so hard. Everything seems so hard, man. Photo me. This photo was given to you by Sam Madsen. A woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed he thinks he's a Rootree. The details of this case can be found in your evidence. Stuart is the older boy wearing the vest. The woman in the photo was Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Rootree. I mean, that would be awesome. And Miracle Rootree could have also been 1949. In fact, that would make a lot of freaking sense. Clementine. Clearly an orange is involved. Oh, yeah. This is all the information I have about Regina Clementine, née Salazar. Okay, that's good to know. From New Orleans, Louisiana, and her husband, Stuart Clementine. She wrote me about a month ago. Apparently, the Roottrees lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who's a police officer and never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a Rootree. Wait, he might be a Rootree? I thought Clementine... Wait, what? But he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. He wrote to me behind his back. Normally I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. Some of it I've been able to confirm. Stewart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She's pretty known in the 30s to 50s, a singer who went on tour to a lot of churches. You can look her up online, and she has a pretty big proponent of adoption. I know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times. I remember her from when I was younger, and Regina said that Stewart told her that they always seem to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. She sent me a photo to prove that she's who she says he is. I've attached this email. Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family is out now. Please consider saving a tree and not printing this email. Yo. I mean, then this being Miracle and that being her and that... Wait. If this is Miracle and this is her, that means this would be Clementine's husband. Wait. Because she has kids. Wait. If this is Miracle... Miracle. I mean, I'm not obviously pastor, preacher, and this is, but Clementine, no, wait, I'm mixing up Clementine and the kid. Go back to the email. Regina Clementine, and her husband, Stuart Clementine. Okay, who's the mom? Mary Beth Clementine. Got it. That's Mary Beth Clementine. Bang. Mary Beth Clementine. And then if they did end up having a kid, are these, they're not really connected? So then this would be Boy in the Vest, and this would be Salazar. What's her name? Shit. Regina Salazar? Hold. Yeah, Regina. Regina. He's a police officer, by the way. And this is Regina Salazar. Boom. And who did Mary Beth Clementine get married to? I think we just look up Mary Beth Clementine. She was famous. We might actually be able to get another finish. Nice. He's got the whole world in his hand. She adopted 2 children in the late 1940s, Stuart and Mark. Wait, was one of those guys Stuart or Mark? What was her husband's name? Stuart Clementine. Whoops. So she says she adopted him. Wait, what? Oh, Stuart with a U. Stuart Clementine. Great. Wasn't he in the photo? Oh, was that the dad? Who was in the photo? Let me check. Sam Madsen. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine. A singer may have had an affair with Miracle Roottrees. This might be Miracle. It kind of looks like him, kinda. Sorry, let's go back to learning about her. She also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress, who were convened to debate and discuss the issue, and discuss the then first adoption of the African-American child to a white family in the United States. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on one adoption site, under unusual circumstances. Oh. Stuart thinks he's the kid, but it ain't Stuart. It's the other fucker. Stuart's actually her kid. Oh, man. That's how they boom your ass. Wait. Then this isn't Regina Salazar. This is all a misnomer. I guess it's adopted kid. Split up. It doesn't have to be birth kid. Married. Oh, it's this way. It's this. This is Stuart Clementine. I'm silly. Stuart Clementine. Oh, no. They're saying both of these kids are through infidelity. Where's adoption as an option? Am I crazy? She has 2 kids. One adopted. Left would be Stuart Clementine. Occupation, police officer. Married to someone Salazar. What was her name? I said it out loud 10 seconds ago. Regina? Regina? Was it Regina? Double checkers? That doesn't matter. Gray. In 1959, it surfaced that Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times to her manager, Sterling. This ended a career with a religious audience. Oh, okay. This guy's name is Sterling. And he's a manager. She's a Clementine. Unless she was earlier name. She says she adopted. Yeah, and the first one, musician. Bang. Okay, and she has 2 kids. Stuart Clementine, the police officer. And then the one who might actually be a Roottrie. Stuart me. Hit me there. Ooh, I feel kind of good about this. 4 out of 12, you have to get 8. So there's 1, 2, 3. Do these count? 4. I feel like we're kind of cooking. We need to look up Sterling or more about her. Twice divorced. Let's look up Mary Beth Clementine on periodicals. Mary Beth Clementine came to Butler County a few times and played religious hymns at the Miracle Congregation Church. She's mentioned 2 times. The first visit from 1949 was significantly more substantial. Miracle Congregation welcomes Mary Beth Clementine with open arms. The article mentions that the church's leader was moved when he heard Mary Beth's recording of one of his favorite hymns, His Eye is on the Sparrow, and reached out to her personally. His Eyes on the Sparrow holds a very special meaning to me. As you know, I've had a very difficult upbringing, and it's no secret that my own eyes have always been a source of struggle. The song is about overcoming sadness and hardship through Jesus. If God can find a way to watch over every sparrow, he certainly can watch over those made in his image. My family's fortune does me no good as a man of the Lord. It's much better spent spreading his word. He's spreading more than that, am I right, chat? And I felt a kinship with Mary Beth ever since I heard her voice. When I learned her personal story, I knew I had to help her in any way I could. The Bible is full of adoptions, from Moses to Esther. Spending your life taking care of those helpless to help themselves is incredibly noble. She and her son are welcome to stay in our guest home. Oh, she already had a son. Yeah, she adopted Stuart, and then they fucked and had the other kid. The second visit was a few years later in 53. The article mentions that her first visit was a massive success, and at the insistence of Miracle's congregation, she returned for an encore performance. It also mentions that the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption had prevented her from touring recently, but doesn't clarify. Yeah, the second son is for sure Miracle's. Mary Clementine was reviewed and advertised many times in Modern Music Monthly, but the most popular recording was a release of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands. Modern Music Monthly had a very positive review of her cover, and the writer complimented her voice and the tone of her guitar. The review had nothing to say about Mary Beth herself, so it's not much use to your investigation. There are also some other Mary Beth Clementine releases that appear over the years. One of them was The Old Rugged Cross, which is the only song that was advertised but not reviewed. I'm going to imagine that she's going to have a cover with her kids in it, because we saw that they can play music. Sorry, not that. Let's do Spider Search. Just kidding. Let's do Old Rugged Cross Me. I mean, these are just famous songs. That's the problem. Yeah. How do we find that? There's no way the library has it. Yeah, the one about the sparrow is also possible. His Eye is on the Sparrow. Is a religious hymn. It's been covered over the years by many artists, so it's likely not very relevant to your search. The premise is the singer realizes they should not feel discouraged or disparaged by their troubles, as God is watching over every creature. If God can watch over and love something as small as a sparrow, the singer knows God is also there to watch over them. All right, she definitely came through. I need to learn more about her. She spoke in front of Congress. Oh, Mark. She adopted 2 children in the late 40s, Stuart and Mark. Sick. Mark Clementine. Who is not a police officer. And let's search Mark Clementine. Bang? Actually fucking Big Bang? Crocodile! El Crocodillo! Clementine is listed on a website titled The Infamy List. It's a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list come from there, or Australia, Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He has a pretty big entry. He seems like a real piece of work. There's a small note about him being the basket baby of 1950, but most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 75 as a pilot for a regional airline after he tried to board the wrong airline's plane. He was drunk, and he was charged with trespassing and assault. Would he be considered a criminal or a pilot, you think? Does criminal... Okay, so it's got to be pilot. Dude, we're almost to the next level. I feel it. I feel it. In 1982, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian-Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. He was apparently quite successful for the first 4 years, but was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile. Hence the nickname Portland again. Apparently the Portland Telegraph, that's how we get to Portland. It's all coming together. Now we can search deaths in Portland by heroin. Now we can search everyone else who moved to Portland. We can search restaurants in Portland. We've unlocked Portland. Amazing. Oh, we also got a mugshot of his ass. In 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in San Diego for violating an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. Okay, there's a million things we can do here. Let's get the Portland Telegraph. Bang. Got it. Let's go back and let's search Billy Sims. We know, for example, that he has a daughter. Oh, he has 2 kids. Okay, never mind. We also got a picture of him that I would like to see really quick. Oh, Mr. Crocodile. Looks like Kurt Cobain. Okay, now we look up Billy Sims to find out his daughter's name. Billy Sims is the principal of Sandstone Canyon High School, who had his 50 minutes of fame in '94 when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine at a graduation ceremony. Pretty much every news organization, from trustworthy to tabloid, seemed to have their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention, however. Instead, it was Billy Sims' matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterward, as heard in a now-famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "All right, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated it and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backwards somersault. He suplexed his ass, which immediately brought both men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. As security arrived, the recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" And Sims' response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised by anyone." All right, we definitely check out Sandstone Canyon High School. It's in San Diego. Okay, that's fucked up. I thought maybe we could get like a yearbook or something. We can also look up Billy Sims in our periodicals, because I think there's probably going to be that tabloid one. Yep, Piketty. Perfect. Butler County Times did report on Billy Sims, but the information seems redundant. The Portland Telegraph had an article, slightly longer than most, about the Billy Sims incident, mostly because the assaulter, Crocodile Clementine, had appeared in the paper before. Because of the somewhat comedic sensationalism of the events in question, and because the readers were already familiar with Mark Clementine, they filed it under a special banner called Croc Watch. It mentions that our good friend Croc Clementine was actually in attendance at the high school graduation because his daughter was walking the stage. He was apparently not allowed to attend. His ex-wife had a restraining order filed on behalf of her daughter, but did so anyways. It was unknown to the school staff, including Sims at the time who he was, but a security guard recognized him, and that's when the trouble started. Crazy, a lot of this takes place in Butler County, PA, of which I'm from. Tell me about the swinger parties, buddy. Clementine was approaching the side of the stage to try to avoid the guard when the exchange between him and Sims took place. The article finishes by facetiously asking, "What will Croc get up to next?" Stay tuned for more Croc Watch. Unfortunately for your investigation, as far as you can tell, there were no more instances. Oh, wait. Billy Sims. All. Piketty. Piketty magazine is kind of sleazy, so they're not afraid to publish a few details that more reputable news publications normally wouldn't. You look up the Billy Sims incident, and it seems they did report on it. You gain a few bits of information, though it might not be useful. He was once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that was found to be testing their products on animals. Friggin' based alert? According to police paperwork, Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid by Tostorito Jacobson. It was fairly expensive. And Piketty interviewed other students that were at the event to find out if anyone knew anything, and the word going around was that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating that night. Okay. News time me. Different perspective. Their goal was to paint a picture of the two men involved. They managed to interview Sims' wife Carla, as well as multiple staff members of the school. They hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. Boom. Freaking boom. Dude, we're almost there. And his daughter's name is Mary Clementine. but we don't know which one of these it is. So let's go back to it. According to Colleen, she and he met when he worked for the airline. She worked in an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he was charged with the assault of a fellow pilot in 75 and lost his job, they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter, so 2 girls, and she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. She left and moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the web name so that nobody would connect them to her ex-husband. Okay, so we can go from unknown name to unknown female. Isn't that something you can do? What, didn't we used to be able to do that in the old version? Okay, whatever. The oldest, they went to San Diego. They're both Clementines, but they went under Webb, which means Mary Webb is what we search. And we also have to search Tostitos. Tostarito Jacobson. Fuegos Fiesta, a regional Mexican fast food chain, held a competition in '93 that offered free meals for life to anyone that legally changed their name to Tostarito. The Tostarito was a burrito with a cylindrical tostada shell inside the flour tortilla. According to a few different sources, Tostarito Jacobson used to be named Lucinda. Oh. It's a woman. Lucinda Jacobson. Wait, what? Oh, we have to go periodicals, of course. Lucinda Jacobson? Son? Edith. What? And when she was 18, Edith and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing. But this is wrong. Wait, what? A crime blotter about Edith Jacobson that also mentions a Helen Roottrees and a Lucinda Jacobson. In 1971, when she was 18, Edith and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing at Miracles Congregation Church in Butler County. They were pretending to be church employees and attempt to get into the room where the church houses their weekly tithings. The church didn't press charges. They were caught by Helen Roottrees, who was there at the time while her husband Miracle was away preaching. Helen Roottrees was quoted as saying, "Jesus forgives and so do we." She was there? It's an old article, but what are the chances that Lucinda Jacobson later in life changed her name to Tostitos? Tostarito Jacobson. And why would she pay his bail? What the hell is going on here? Okay, Mary Webb me. Tubies? Yeah. Mary Webb in San Diego has a website called Web on the Web. Apparently, it's a personal travel diary that also doubles as an advertisement for her travel agency. There are descriptions of Mary's services, including booking flights and cruises. Damn, she loved planes like her dad. Almost all of them involve extremely niche audiences. It seems Mary's the #1 agent when it comes to booking spiritual vacations aboard ghost ships and in specific hotel rooms that are said to be haunted. She also has a dedicated section for more traditional modern cruises that cater to specific groups such as fans of boy bands. In the diary entry, she talks about the trip she's personally taken and uses that as an opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities and excursions that the ships offer, even when you're on them to see a specific band or ghost. There's also pictures of ships, hotels, landmarks, and places she's visited, as well as a picture of Mary herself with the ship in the background. One of her diary entries actually mentions the day that the photos were taken. She was allowed onto the ship on a port day in San Diego with a professional photographer she knows. The photo of Mary has been added to your evidence. Mary? Mary, Mary, Mary. You tricksy little hobbit. I'm thinking Mary is maybe older. One of those is Mary and one of them is a different kid. What was the other Webb? Shit. Piketty. We did Piketty. Tostarito Jacobson. Piketty was interviewed other students. His daughter, Mary. Mary Webb. No. I mean, Mary Webb as like a businesswoman? No. What about... I mean, we did Lucinda Jacobson, and that only got us that. But what about Tostarito? No. Carol or something, the ex-wife? That was this. Carol, Colleen Webb, the ex-wife. Oh, you want to search Colleen Webb, you mean? Yeah, it's totally fine. I mean, we found out about her running away, but... Oops. Okay, nothing about Colleen Webb. I have... Man, I don't know if that's Mary. A company called Corporate Composition. I didn't even see that. And she knew the photographer. Obviously, it's Corporate Composition. I can't believe I missed that. Corporate Composition Photography is a photography studio that was listed on a few different sites for business in San Diego. It seems to have been possible to hire them to take professional quality photos for businesses. What if it's her sister? As far as you can tell, it appears to no longer exist. The company is also mentioned on a photography site with some IRC chat logs. It seems like the site is the personal page of a member of an IRC photography channel. They have archives of logs they've been saving since 93. One of them was from 96 when Val, the former head photographer from Corporate Composition Photography, did a Q&A with their users about taking pictures for promotional materials and print ads. Most of the questions and answers are pretty technical. They not only seem irrelevant, but generally go over your head. One of the questions, however, mentions that Val was on the cover of Telephoto and asks about Iraq. The question was quickly shut down by the person running the Q&A, who said Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. Please keep on the subject of commercial photography. LBP, huh? Val. I was thinking Val Webb, but now I don't. What was the magazine? Cover of Telephoto. Bang. And what if I look up Mary Webb on Telephoto? Dude, we're actually making... Nope. But let's look up Val. Or CBB, California Border Patrol. What did they say? Go back. Oh, no. Here we go. Val. LBP. LBP. All. What? DMs, please. What the hell is this guy up to? Exporting. Okay, my whole ship been crashing, but now it's actually exporting, I think. We'll upload ASAP, and you can let me know what you think. I'm pretty proud of it, but obviously, if you want anything changed. Let's go! Shout out Shugo! Shugo's uploading the new main channel video. Boggers. Yeah, once it's uploaded, I've been working on a thumbnail. Kind of freaking going nuts over here. And hopefully we'll have a main channel video right after stream, once it's finished uploading. Let's see how long the upload will take. Damn, people didn't like Nova Roma, those little fuckers. Is that Kajol? Yeah, he was playing Minecraft. I guess we won't even see how long it'll take. I don't have access to main. Oh, where are you uploading it to? Fucking Google or some shit? Let me just give you access to main. This can go way faster, unless your upload's already almost done. How long is left on your upload? I'm sure it's fine. If you've already... Or no, you're not even uploading it. You're... Whatever, just upload it to Google. It's fine. How long is the video? It can't take that long. You're exporting now, then you upload, and then we're good. It's fine. It's fucking fine. Sorry, we're trying to solve a murder here, buddy. 28 minutes? Oh, yeah, it'll be fine. It won't take that long to upload and download. We can do this. Okay, LPB didn't work. Iraq didn't work. Val obviously didn't work. We're missing something about him. IRC photography channel. The former head photographer from... Okay. The cover of Telephoto and asks about Iraq. I guess search periodicals. I want to search Telephoto for Iraq. Search all for Iraq. He was on the cover of Telephoto. I can't search Telephoto Val. Of course not. Yeah. Okay, that's unfortunate. And she knows him. What? Maybe it's her husband. What if this is her and this is Val? We did search LBP, I think. In Spider? Or we did another one. Oh. Lebanese pound, lower back pain, lead-based paint, low blood pressure, Louisiana Board of Pharmacy, and Long Beach Peninsula. Some businesses also have LBP. Lynch Building Plastics, Luxury Bridal Photography. Ooh. Lexington Business Paper, Lincoln Baby Photography, Laura's Bras and Panties, and Logline Books and Publishing. I mean, let's check all the photographies. Lincoln Baby Photography. Nice, Val, an award-winning photographer. It's a business in Beacon, New York, and on the site has a picture of a baby and a camera captioned with Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father, Val. At the bottom, the website, okay, so it's Val Lincoln. Val Lincoln. What a cute little babe. Holy shit, it looks like Madeline kind of with the hair. I also haven't opened confidential company records. Okay, I'm feeling, what did he say his name was? Val Lincoln? Cam Lincoln. Val Lincoln. Val Lincoln. Oh, to get a picture of him, all we have to do is go to periodicals now. Lincoln was featured in telephoto. The cover as one of the photos has been added to the evidence. Great. Val is a woman. Val identifies as a man now. Clementine? Wait, no. What is happening? What is happening? Telephotos of Photography Magazine, 1992 issue focuses on the photos of Val Lincoln, a photographer who went overseas during Desert Storm. He won the Sepia Award for photojournalism for the photo on the cover. Got it. He took a photo of not Crocodile Clementine, but Clementine's daughter, who also became a military person. Great. Val got his start in high school and took a photography class. In his own words, he couldn't decide what to do. And he thought it would be the best career in the world to shoot for Playboy. He quickly found a knack for it and began to skip lunch. After graduating, he tried to pivot to landscape photography, but didn't have any passion for it. I work much better when I'm trying to tell the story of a person or an object. He got lucky when a photographer mentor of his who was going overseas to cover the war decided to take a chance on him. Most people wouldn't call it lucky to go into an active war zone for no pay, but he bought my plane tickets, all my meals, and even pulled some strings so he could rush my passports. For someone that never had a real job or even left California, it was a hell of a break. Val was only 19 at the time and shot the photo that won him an award the third night he was there. The photo depicts Lisa Clementine. Hold. Wait, can you guys hear that? I don't know. Is that going through? Okay, good. Who lost an arm in Operation Desert Saber, so she's the older one. According to the article, women were not subject to direct combat, and Lisa was in the vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over suddenly, and the road was destroyed, and she and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. Val says, I ran to Lisa just after her surgery and took the picture. Then, until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more pictures of her. I guess it was fate because that's the photo that won me an award and got me into your magazine, and also led to my engagement. Just earlier this week, she agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln. Okay, so Lisa Clementine is right here. Boom. 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 Lisa Clementine. And then this is Val Lincoln. And then this was baby Lincoln. What the fuck was the baby's name? Something Lincoln. Do you remember the baby's name? Cam. Little baby Cam Lincoln. Occupation? Child. Does baby count? Yeah, baby. Oh, he's different. All right. Miracle Rootree was unfaithful. We got the stewards right. It sucks that this guy turned out to be a freaking lizard smuggler. Booyah. It didn't even let me... Wait, why didn't it lock me at this then? Because it's soldier. Sorry, not soldier? War. Marine. Army. The fuck? What? Who is she? She's a driver, maybe? I guess I could just look her up. Lisa Clementine. No, Lisa Webb. Oh, just kidding. Clementine. Just kidding. Lincoln. Lisa Lincoln is, according to a military website, you find an amputee who lost a limb in Desert Storm. She runs a support group for fellow veterans in Beacon, New York. She makes another appearance listed as a professor at West Point. Professor. She teaches classes that contribute to their environmental engineering major. Her short biography on the stat page mentioned that she had a passion for the military from a very young age due to erroneously believing that a family member was an Air Force pilot. While she later learned that to be untrue, her passion remained and she joined ROTC in high school. From there, she enlisted. After returning from Desert Storm, she earned her degree and relocated to West Point. Okay, so she's a professor. Oh, veteran? No, professor. I trusted you. Okay, Lisa Clementine. And that means this is Mary Clementine. She is a travel agent. Dude, whoa, we filled out the whole tree. Oh, besides Sterling. Who was Mary Beth Clementine's husband? It was a manager named Sterling. Whatever. Wasn't confidential. You were given some partial staff records to cross-reference by Sam Madsen. These records are based on an old tax mailing information and only detail the employees that work directly for Rootree or in their corporate office. The many laborers on their farms and the factories are not listed. Bummer. You're not sure how helpful it will be, except for cross-referencing guys' secretaries and visits overseas. Spider searching people just because they're listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. All right. Cool, man. Office staff. Edward Rootree, Lloyd Carpenter, Carl Monroe, Elizabeth Cravensworth. That's Elizabeth. Unless there's another Elizabeth. Damn. That was too easy. It's just freaking Elizabeth Cravensworth. Wait. Oh, wait. What year was this? Because he cheated with an Elizabeth. But this is the wrong year. This is from 1975. Oh, different Elizabeth. Shit. Okay. You just saw Elizabeth Farrow in here as well? Oh, there's different pages. Oh, different years. Aha. Okay, so what we need to find, let me just check what we're looking for. I am looking for 2 secretaries that were around 1975. A Joanna and a Christine. That's all. Let's just make it simple. Joanna and Christine in here. That would be in here. Joanna or Christine. Joanna or Christine. Juliet. Oh, Joanna Robertson. Bang. Too easy. That's his mom. Oh, well, Robertson might not be her. Yeah, it is. Because this is Fellows. Lock it in, baby. Okay, and then I need a Christine, who would have been not long after. Who would have been a Christine not long after as a secretary. Christine Farrow. No longer listed. But a Christine Garland has been hired. Oh, no. We don't know if it's Garland or Farrow. I mean, this... I know that they're probably not going to be in that. Wait, Garland? We have a Garland. Who is my Garland? Oh, yeah. Oh. Okay, so she probably wasn't fired. She probably got married. Yeah. This is Farrow. Dude, what a badass last name. And then she got married. But I got no picture of Christine Farrow. Yeah. I mean, quick periodical check. Nope. Okay, no worries. Major expenses. I mean, I think we should look at secretaries from every year because this guy seemed to fuck secretaries. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing. She stopped working. Beatrice Watts, Corinne Schwartz. Who is the woman in the photo where the kid was having his face wiped? I think we weren't sure because we don't have the year for that. But it's one of those 2 women. You're talking about this photo. This woman right here. But I actually don't know. Oh, I mean, presumably it's her. But I can't be positive. Fuck it, lock it and see if it gets us to the next stage. I think we're close. This one should be locked. 1, 2. We only need 4. 3. 4. Oh, that means we have something wrong. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Thank you for the confidential intermate. Mary Beth didn't lock in. Which Mary Beth? Oh, she didn't lock in. Oh, she's not a Clement. Clementine was her original name. I gotta find her original name. We were searching Mary Beth Clementine a lot. I can't spell. Modern Music Monthly. Oh, New Edison. Maybe New Edison gives me something? A record label in Los Angeles that existed for 40 years erased released cover records of songs that were gaining popularity. According to a website about the history of recorded sound, it was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. Wow. It's that easy. It's that goddamn easy, baby. Its biggest claim to fame is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison in Edison Records versus Edsel. You also find new references to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine on sites about old records. One collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of the old Rugged Cross. Says the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Her original name. Another site claims the police had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner, Sterling Edison, got in a physical altercation in public, leading to a divorce. There are no cited sources or evidence, and the site's content seems user-submitted. There's an email address at the bottom and the phrase, "Send me your stories about old Hollywood," and I'll add them to the page. We have to find the old Rugged Cross, specifically in Modern Music Monthly. Mary Beth Clementine released the old Rugged Cross for New Edison. It was advertised quite a few times. When it was first reviewed by the magazine, it was listed as Mary Beth Quaker. Bang. Oh my God, Quaker, I hardly freaking know her. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hello? I had 8 out of 12. I thought I only needed 4. I think you missed the baby in the updated tree to the right. Oh, yeah. What? Dude, that's so annoying. I forgot his name. Brian Jones? Yes. Baby's photo. Named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. So her name is Eve. And grandmother was... Clara? Dude, is Eve a Binkerton? No. Evelyn. Oh, last name should be Jones. I never filled that in. Grandmother, huh? Let's go back. Named after the grandmother. Okay, guardian adopted. The baby's grandmother would be Caroline. What? Baby, mother, grandmother, Caroline Morden. It's Morden time. Carol then? Oh, Christmas Carol. Damn. Hey, that's maybe a little too much backseating, but I do want you to know that I feel stupid. I do want you to know that I feel stupid because I was like, she was born the day before Christmas. Her name is Eve. Her name has got to be Eve, man. All right, Carol Jones, occupation baby. He just can't stop. He just can't stop. These 4 entries are correct and have been locked. Bang, 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 bang. And we finished possible infidelity 2, which the people will search. Ooh. He's back.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one.
You're welcome,
My family's
boss.
in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust.
No.
The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see.
Oh?
I want to keep them safe and secure, but I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics.
Oh?
It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA.
I forgot this was in the 90s.
What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
Okay. Dude, he's not giving me any new information? No, you're a piece of shit. No, 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 no. Oh, this is Crocodile. Get that in there. Get the extra photo. Sterling Edison. I guarantee we can get a picture of him through this, right? Tell me we can't get a picture of him. Wait, really? New Edison Records. What about the lawsuit? Edison Records v. Edsel. Okay, Jesus. Website about lawsuits mentions this is a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. A record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. What? Edsel was a German last name, and at the time of the founding of the company, the U.S. is at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try and get the case to go away. Oh. It's Edsel. Got his ass. Got his ass. Sterling Edsel. Dun, 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 dun. Periodical me. Got him. You find no appearance of anyone named Sterling Edsel in Modern Music Monthly. It seems like whatever he got up to after he was sued by Edison Records, he no longer seemed noteworthy. But we can still find a picture of him with his fake name. I guess it doesn't matter. Don't need it. Okay, we feel good there. There's got to be more we can learn about Elias's infidelity. The problem is there's also some stuff that you just get way too late. Like this is old company or modern company records. In 77, it was announced that Zach would be retiring and Guy would be taking over the start of 78. They held a retirement party in November before spending the final month working on the transition. Which is why we know that that's Christine Farrow. Because they had the same... Wait. No, Joanna. And she got married, became a fellows. Yeah. Agree, right? Then, in 78, Guy Hudson took over. This began a particularly volatile period in the company's staffing. Many travel expenses were listed, and Guy began trying to develop new 5-piece flavors. The following changes were recorded. If he's trying to do new flavors, do you think he wants to name them after his kids? The volatility continued. Many new employees didn't tend to stick around very long. And then Guy Hudson died in May of 1982. So the first few months of that year continued along the same pattern as they had been. Things quickly changed when Ernie took over. Most of the extraneous expenses ended, and all the secretaries, most handpicked by Guy Hudson, were let go. Sam Madsen left Roottrees in 84, so this is the last set of books you have access to. So the secretaries that left here are probably other women that he cheated with. Interesting. Like an Angela Ingram, a Linda Lewis, and a Catherine Garrett. Fucking interesting, man. We can also try to learn about Christine Farrow's children. Wait, we know one. No, we don't. That's not her kid that's in the picture. Christine Farrow was just a classic secretary. I think this has to do with the cooking. There's definitely a way. The stupid ass bread. This has to have something to do with it. Flora and Yates. No. If I go down, metagame me for a second. No Flora, a Flavio. What about last name? Nope, Flores. Okay. Dude, we need 8 more. Shit, we need hella information. Gulp. We also don't know who the final affair was with. It would be the youngest of the potential new Roottrees. Like, this is a literal baby. So this would be like a child. Although this guy's pretty young. And that was with an early secretary. Wait. Does this add up? In 75, because he said he was 17 and 94. So let's say in 75 plus 17... means 92. Yeah, the age thing is kind of weird. Can we add extra Guy Hudson photos, or is that not necessary? Yeah, we can add extra Guy Hudson photos if you want. Why does that one have like a weird thing there? I've already used him. Oh, they're saying that I've already used him. Got it. Right there. Joanna hasn't locked, but David has. Yeah. Joanna, I didn't have her right last name, right? Yeah, we could search the secretaries that left, but the whole thing basically gave me a warning. Well, one thing I think we need to do is find the... look into... It seems very important. Where was it? It's like the most valuable thing is Lauren's diaries. So maybe let's like look up Lauren Roottrie. And maybe she'll have an update. Whoops. Yep. In the wake of Six Pieces release, Lauren Roottrie, author of A Life Between Wars, was tracked down by a reporter as being in one of the most upscale memory care facilities in Pittsburgh. She was relocated back to Pennsylvania when she began suffering from Alzheimer's. Damn. There was a minor backlash. She should have locked by now. Didn't I just change her? We have not searched any of the Portland stuff, which is great. There's a minor backlash towards the reporter that tracked Lauren down because they were caught standing on a ladder and holding their camera over the privacy wall to take a photo of Lauren and their son Clark sitting on a bench outside a small pond. I mean, new photo. Yeah, let's actually just search Portland periodicals for his mother's name. Joanna Robertson. Is that crazy? Do we have Portland here? We do. Is that how you spell it? Fuck, I can never remember how to spell names. Nope, Joanna. I spelled it wrong. No. What about 5Ps, but the Portland Telegraph? Since Felix Fellows, aka 5Piece, was confirmed to be a Roottrie, there's been a myriad of articles in his hometown newspaper that mention him. Nothing appears to be new information. All rehashes the News Time article. The newspaper's music critic did review his latest album. They gave it a 3 out of 5. Interesting. Portland Telegraph heroine. Portland Telegraph Joanna. What else was in Portland? This guy was in Portland. She moved her family to Portland, no? Joanna Robertson? Unless it wasn't Robertson. We think it was Robertson because we checked against the logs. Yeah. Joanna Robertson. But could she have been married? Wait, did we say the other guy's name was Robertson? No, he's Fellows. Yeah. Are we sure that's the right photo? I mean, we're not. This guy says it's a photo of his mom. So, like, it could be wrong, but it would be crazy. And they're also looking at each other so longingly. So I feel good about it. Yeah, it came from a shoebox. Ruby was the other? What, for Portland? What was her name? Ruby what? Bro, please. She was a, she worked at a movie store, but I don't think you can just Google movie store, right? Am I crazy? In Portland? Movie rental. Her latest job wasn't secretary. No, she was a movie rental clerk, and she died of a heroin overdose. But I don't know how I would find that. Besides Portland Telegraph, death. What do you call that? In memoriam. Memorial. What was his actual name? David Fellows. Wait, what? What? Fellows? Is that what I did? What? I guess we can do Felix. Yeah. But it's the same one. And we did Teen Blast, right? They've listed him amongst the hunky hotties for the past few months with small bios that tell you various facts about them. This includes his real name, David, his birthday, 1977, his star sign, Aquarius, and where he grew up, foster care in Portland. A letter to the editor also claims it's not possible he was born in 77, as he claimed on a Song 17 magazine he turned 17 in 92. The editor responds with a statement they've reached out to his agent to ask about the song, and we're told it wasn't performed by 5Ps and they shouldn't print rumors. Whoa. Whoa. Someone else made the song. What was his old name? It was like Dirty Davy or some shit. David Dirtay. Davy? Davy Dirtay? No, it wasn't. What was his fucking other name? God damn it. 5 P's. Dirtay Davy. Oh, Fountains of Youth. You find an article about the dedication ceremony for the local Portland landmark called the Fountain of Youths. Apparently, at the unveiling of the fountain, the mayor of Portland made a speech, and there were performances by multiple local entertainers, as well as a ribbon cutting from the people most instrumental in bringing the fountain into fruition. The article calls out that all the performers and speakers, with the exception of the mayor, were foster care alumni, and most of them grew up together as close friends. This includes poets, musicians, and dancers. Dirty Davy was listed as one of the musicians. Someone else from foster care in Portland. Ruby? Let's look up the Fountain of Youths. Also known as Foster Fountains, a fountain found in a small park in Portland. All proceeds from change thrown into the fountain are donated to the foster care system. A website for Portland's Park and Recreation mentions under a trivia section the Fountains of Youth was originally conceived by... Well. Look who we have here, Ruby. You've got your stinky little dirty fucking hands and everything, don't you? As more business signed on the sponsors grew in scope, even beyond Sprat's original hopes. Wait, Ruby Sprat? Oh, is that her name? Ruby Sprat? The fountain is unique because it has special targets that visitors can aim their coins towards. If a coin lands on one of these targets, each of the sponsor businesses matches it. This isn't a huge amount of money from each business, but more than 100 businesses have agreed to participate, so each penny becomes $1 based. Ruby Sprat, but now we look her up in Portland specifically. Yes! Got her ass. Ruby Sprat was featured in the Portland Telegraph when she was in high school in an article called Local Teen Making Change for Foster Care System. According to the article, Ruby Sprat grew up in the foster care system, who was apparently the valedictorian of her school and was a Girl Scout who, at the time of the article, was earning her Gold Award. This required a project to help the community, and Ruby chose to raise money to build a fountain she called Foster Fountain. The fountain has a few small pedestals that stick up high above the water. People are expected to toss coins into the fountain. Hold for good luck and will be encouraged to aim for the top of the pedestals. All the coins scraped from the bottom are slated to be donated to Portland's foster care system. A coalition of local businesses that sponsor the fountain are committed to matching any of the donations successfully on the targets. Okay, great. That didn't help me at all. That didn't help me at all. She was valedictorian. Huh. Valedictorian for Portland Telegraph does nothing? No. Ruby Sprat. Ruby. What's he doing there? Ruby. Dude, I can just feel it. I can just fucking feel it that like Ruby, no, the married Foster, that Ruby is down here. I can just freaking feel it. Or, well, she can't be younger than him. Ruby. Ruby. Okay, there was an Elizabeth Roottrie. I think we need to go through this again. Cover Lauren Roottrie, Miracle Roottrie, Jim Roottrie. I mean, I think it's literally we just fucking bink them again. Yeah. In the wake of 6 pieces, Lauren Roottrie, author of A Light Between Wars, is tracked down. Oh, that was she was the one that's losing her freaking mind. Miracle Roottrie we looked up. Let's go Jim Roottrie. Jim and Diamond apparently sent out some mail to Diamond's Dazzlers that mentioned that they didn't spend a lot of time near or around the candy company anymore, so they couldn't really comment on any recent news. A Best Of album did get released to CD during Roottreemania, and while neither of them have performed recently, the couple did do a few signings at local record stores near their estate. During question and answer sessions, Jim has stated he hasn't been quite inspired to write any new lyrics. As far as you can tell, Jim and Diamond's marriage is still doing just fine, and there have been no rumors of infidelity. Interesting. Best of. Yeah, what's our later presidents? What about Ernest Madsen Jr.? Like, what's he? Oh, he's dead. Wait, no, he's not dead. He's chilling. Let's just see what he's up to. Interesting. Just business watch. Just business watch. Okay. He doesn't fuck with me. The woman who wrote Family Man, there's got to be something in there. I need to get a copy of Family Man. I know it just said it was propaganda, but... Interesting. But there was a reissue of it. Is there any world where... Shit, what was her name? Cicely Sanchez? Oh. Look. It was not... Okay. Okay. Oh, no. She's the other author. She's the other author. This was Bess Williams. I think we got this from the library anyway, but... There's an older version? Show older. Oh. No. Okay. I mean, maybe this is her. Maybe this is Bess. Maybe that's why she wrote the propaganda. How do we learn more about Bess Williams? Ah. Oh, Miami. Died in a hurricane. Let's look up the Bookadora library. I want to find out if any donations were made from like the Roottrees. Holy shit, we're downloading. The Bookadora library no longer exists. You find multiple libraries in the area. According to the website for the library system in Miami, the building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. Searching for the Miami Print Museum and come across their website. It states their hours and list of exhibits. The building is very small. Admission is free, and they only have a room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits in their courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. The picture has been added to your evidence. Another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday, a now defunct weekly newspaper. The last is the original print of Cuba by Cubans, an art book. Who the fuck is this? Okay. I feel like that's Beth, and I feel like Beth is part of this chain. What's her name? Williams? Beth Williams? Oh, interesting. That was Miami Print Museum. The Miami Sunday? No longer has records you can search online. It merged with another period, the Miami Mercury Sunday. Oh, baby. Wait, what? One larger failing newspaper, which is only notable to the author because by combining the names and the way they did, it was tied for the longest title of the American newspaper at the time. What? So I didn't unlock a new periodical? That's fucked up. Cuba by Cubans. Marcia Barban. Maybe it's her statue. This is crazy. Second newspaper it merged with? Oh, yeah. Maybe. The Miami Mercury? Wow. I mean, hey, consider it backseated. It's a now defunct newspaper that merged with the Miami Sunday. There was a newspaper that went out of business. It seems at some point during this process it was at least partially archived and available via your periodical search. Okay, so now I do Bess Williams again, or I do the Hurricane, or I do lots of stuff. Nice. The Miami Mercury had an article about the best Williams section in the Boca Dora Library when it was being built in 1928. It mentioned that Bess's young son, now an orphan, was in attendance during the dedication. It also had a later mention from 1949, the last year the paper existed, about a bidding war for a planned expansion of the library in 1950. The bidding was won by Wildcat Construction and included a new statue, fountain, and second room that would double its shelf count. It's definitely her, and this is definitely the first line. It's listed in some historical records as having worked on many buildings in Miami, Florida. Okay, well, it's definitely periodicals. Frank Wildcat Williams. Wildcat Construction was mentioned once in an article you've already seen about the expansion of the library. It was also mentioned earlier in 47 under the headline Constructing a Better World. Frank Wildcat Williams left Florida in 1941, a construction worker, and returned a hero. He won a Navy Cross for his bravery and sacrifice, having carried a fellow soldier to safety under heavy Nazi fire. Now he and his wife Ophelia are carrying his fellow soldiers through tough times at home. Okay. Frank Wildcat Williams. Whoa. He was awarded a Navy Cross. Being struck in the arm with a bullet, he managed to carry a fellow soldier through enemy territory on his shoulders for over 2 miles. Maybe that soldier was one of the Roottrees. He died in 96 at 74 in a retirement community in Sweetwater, Florida. An obituary of a local news channel said this was written by his surviving family. Also shed some light on his personal life. He grew up an orphan because his family died in a hurricane. His family died in a hurricane when he was very young. He could barely remember his mother and had no memory of his father. After the war, he ran a construction company that mainly hired World War II veterans and did a lot of jobs in and around the greater Miami area. He was a born joker and a shining light to those veterans who needed it most. An anecdote mentions that he used to insist he married his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name. Oh. They have the same last name. What's his last name? Williams. Ophelia Williams. A photo is attached to Frank in his youth. His daughters Barb and Sharon. Okay. Give me Ophelia Williams. Give me Ophelia Williams here. Oops. No. Hello? My W key's broken? That's why I'm taking so many L's? Oh, fuck. Okay. Where's the picture of him? Okay, in front of the statue of presumably his mom. So I think this is Beth. Adopted? No. Is this Beth then? Oh, did I spell Ophelia wrong? Wait, what? Where did she go? No. It's just Ophelia and then copy Williams. Control C, periodicals, all. Yeah. Okay. Maybe Guardian. Then this would be... Well, no. This would be Wildcat. Well, no, because did he get divorced? What the heck? What the heck? Okay, we know there's a lot of Wildcat shit there. His daughters Barb and Sharon Williams. Let's Google them. Let's go Barbara Williams. Or Barb. Yes! Barb Williams is a motivational speaker, and she has a website that explains the services she offers. Her company's address is listed as in Coconut Grove, Florida. The flyer's been added. Bang! Dude, stop. That's Barb. Overcoming adversity with Barb Williams. Her story will surprise you, uplift you, then energize you. A lesson that anyone can take something away from. An intimate evening with a truly wonderful message. Book Barb for corporate retreats, church events, or even school assemblies. She can customize her message for any audience. It includes 3 different testimonials from Greta Jones, Vic Elmsworth, the Kikiwa Falls Gazette is what we need here for sure. What? New Zealand? What's up, Hierarch? What's up, Burley? There's no Kikiwa Falls anywhere in the world you can find. The closest thing to a Kikiwa appears to be in New Zealand, so she made up those testimonials. Instead, a man named Chris Elmsworth has invented a small-town newspaper as a conceptual art piece. The Kikiwa Falls Gazette is a series of online articles about small restaurants, shows, and other tourist attractions all across the United States. This is presented as a monthly newspaper of small-town America. What the fuck are you talking about, Chris? What makes the Kikiwa Falls Gazette a bit strange is that amongst the articles detailing real locations are occasional stories that present outlandish, inflammatory concepts in extremely mundane ways. For example, on the homepage right now is an article entitled Mermaids Strike Back Against Lobster Farms that, using very dry language, details the idea that the mermaids in Maine have begun to unionize in support of better benefits. There are no punchlines, and the articles are not marked any differently than the rest. Unfortunately, each current issue of the paper is presented on the homepage. There are no archives of older issues. What? Huh. What if I go Chris Elmsworth in the juicer? Nope. Okay, back to this. We can check WQTV 12. Greta Jones is, according to a flyer in your possession, the morning news anchor for a channel called WQTV 12. Unfortunately, WQTV 12 has no online web presence. So she just made shit up. She just be making shit up. You do find it listed on a giant list of television call signs next to the city Springfield under the heading Effingham County. You may need to do a deeper dive on a specific city and state to see if any locals have discussed the news in that area. What? One of two different counties in the United States. One is in Georgia, the other's in Illinois. Springfield's in the capital of Illinois, but after perusing some of the results, you find it is not located in Effingham County. Okay, Georgia. There is a Springfield in Effingham County, Georgia. What the fuck? When you refine your search to television in and around Springfield, Georgia, you come across a website that lists different channels available there. The list seems to only feature broadcasts with female news anchors. The person who runs the website is ranked each using 3 categories. None are relevant to journalism. Oh no. One of the entries is Channel 12. The news anchor listed is Greta Flores. Aha! Greta Flores is a news anchor who apparently used to go by Greta Jones before her divorce. Compared to the ordeal you've gone through to simply figure out her current name, it's way easier than you expect to find that she has a website of her accomplishments. She was apparently the MC for an all-female speaking tour in 1977. The tour was called Storytellers of Sisterhood, the Mothers and Daughters of Earth. You do a search for it, and it seems some of the stories were compiled into a book simply titled 25 Stories of Sisterhood by Ayla Hale. Ayla Hale. Ayla Hale. Nice. This is an anthology of stories told in a few different Storytellers of Sisterhood tours. It contains direct transcripts of the most well-received stories told on stage. Ayla Hale is an editor, not the sole author. One of the stories by Barb Williams has been added to your evidence. This is Barb. Barb Williams had the transcript of a story she told on stage published in a book. The first part of her story focuses on 2 16-year-old girls. My sister Sherry was always a brat, always sulking, often disobedient, never on time. She borrowed things without asking and even ran away from home only to sneak back the next day like nothing had changed. My daughter Sharon, on the other hand, her sister and her daughter, on the other hand, was a beautiful person. She had excellent marks in school, was intensely artistic and creative, and even volunteered at an animal rescue. She continues to tell stories of the 2 girls until she shifts the narrative. What was the difference between Sherry, the brat, and Sharon, the beauty? Is it nature, nurture, a better education, different opportunities? The answer is nothing. There was no difference because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. What the hell? Barb reveals that her daughter was the result of an unexpected pregnancy when she was only 15. Wait, what? Her sister and her daughter, doesn't that... Oh no. I met a boy at a county fair. Unlike us, he lived in the nice part of town. Oh, wait, that could be her brother. It doesn't necessarily mean... Wait, what? I'm trying to understand. No. It has to be her dad? Am I misunderstanding this? Unlike us, he lived in a nice part of town. He went to a good school. To a teenage girl, it felt like a fairy tale. But there were boxes all over his house. He was moving in 3 days. Those 3 days were heaven to me. The final night, he surprised me. He told me he could actually see me soon. He planned to return to visit his grandparents. I thought I was giving him a reason to keep his promise. I never saw him again, and when I finally got desperate enough to ask around, a friend told me he hadn't even given me his real last name. Barb also talks about when she found out she was pregnant. I was convinced my life was over, but my parents, they took charge. I had to live at home and work a part-time job, but they removed the burden of motherhood. I managed to scrape out a degree in English, and as far as my daughter was concerned, I was her much older sister. Barb uses the story to come to a conclusion. When I was younger, I thought my sister was the brat, and I wasn't wrong. But she ran away from home to work at that animal shelter. She borrowed my clothes for presentations at school, and her creativity allowed her to open up Sherry's hair. It took me far too long to realize the beauty was always there too. In fact, the brat and the beauty exist in all of us. It was my inner brat that kept me blind to the truth. And I like to say it's the beauty in me that's finally able to see what I was missing. I implore you to call upon the beauties in yourself whenever the brat tries to take hold. Never mind. Her parents raised her as a sister. It wasn't biologically her sister and her daughter, because that only has one formulation. Sherry's hair me? Yeah, that would be way worse. There's a Sherry's Hair in Orlando. The owner of the business is listed as Sherry Jastrzemski. She has a large van and on weekends can bring the style of Brittany, Christina, or even Rachel to your door. The About Sherry section is very, very long and presented as one paragraph with multiple run-on sentences and no pictures. You get the sense that if she was to do your hair, she'd be doing a lot of talking. It mentions that her husband, Pete, was her late husband's college roommate. She and he had never spent any significant time together until she became a widow and they built a charity together. They left the charity behind because it was growing beyond their ability to run it. She also brags about her kids, Tony, Mark, and Cricket. Her oldest, Tony, seems to get the short end of the stick. His two listed accomplishments are that he's the oldest and he's a straight-A student. Mark, on the other hand, has multiple baseball accomplishments listed. Apparently, his Little League team is nationally recognized. Cricket York is near the end and has an entire section dedicated to her. She's an actress on a local television show called Liberty Library. And the reason Sherry relocated from Miami to Orlando. Sherry, in addition to being hireable to come do your due, was a stylist for the show. The passage also mentions that her agent recommended they change the last name to York since it was easier to pronounce. The rest of the section describes how she got the part. Okay, well, let's check out Liberty Library. There's like a lot of shit here. A children's show in Orlando. Multiple adults and children interact with different animal puppets in a small town called Liberty. Unlike popular shows of the time involving non-human performers, this one isn't funded by the public. Instead, it's paid for by donations from business related to education. This includes textbook manufacturers like Corithmetic, tutoring companies such as EduC82U, and a few well-known publishers. From what you can find, it's syndicated in a few markets across the southern United States and in New Hampshire for some reason. Like most other children's entertainment, many of those that grew up with it tend to have fond memories. That works in your favor because the show has been documented by a few fan sites. There's a Liberty Library web ring, though it only has 3 entries. You click through the sites in the web ring and find that Cricket York joined the cast in '97 at the age of 5 and is still listed as a current cast member. A picture of Cricket from one of the first episodes has been added. That's Cricket York. Okay, divorced, first husband, second husband, Cricket. This is Cricket York. Thoughts? Should she be Cricket York or Cricket Yablomensky? Yatrzymski? What the hell? And this is her mom, Sherry. Sharon, maybe? And Sharon's mom. Oh yeah, this is mom, but also sister? No. Is that true? Actor. It's gotta be Yastrozemski. Guardian adopted. Got it. Split up. Oh, she split up with this person, John Doe. Okay, so this is... Wait, Sherry was Sharon. Hold, stop. Yeah, adopted. This is Sharon. So this is the woman. The speaker. What was the speaker's name? Barb Williams. Was she married? Well, give me Barbara or Barb. Barbara. Occupation speaker. Public speaker. And we didn't get a picture of Sharon, unfortunately. In her little novel she wrote, Barb Williams. Sherry and Sharon, different girls, boy in town, grandparents. Sherry's hair. Okay. Can I say something crazy? Where the fuck does the hammer construction guy come into this? Also, these are the other siblings. The oldest, which we know, are on Sherry's hair. Go back. Sherry's hair. Tony, Mark, and Cricket. So this is Tony. Anthony, maybe? Anthony. And then this is Mark. Is it Mark with a C or Mark with a K? Mark with a C. Yeah, he was orphaned in the hurricane. His mom was Bess. But, like, I thought he would be in this line. Real Squawk? So Barb is Wildcat's daughter? Wait, was it? Why do we think that? Did I forget that? Let me check Wildcat again. Hey, Streamy. Frank Wildcat Williams. Well, yeah, they're both Williams. He is survived by Ophelia as well as his daughters Barb and Sharon. Okay, yeah, that's Sharon, but it's not really his daughter. This is Ophelia. So this is Wildcat. This is Wildcat. We got there. Frank Wildcat Williams. And she's Ophelia Williams as well. Because they said they had the same last name. What a meme. Now the question is she Barbara Williams then? She is on that thing, but that's her maiden name. Yeah, yeah. And this has got to be Sharon Williams. From the hair. Great. Which means this is Bess. His infidelity was with Bess, not Elizabeth? He heard Beth. Maybe it was Bess? Yeah, she's a hairdresser. Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, I guess I feel like his mom is Bess, but maybe it's not. It has to be. Right? Beth. It sounds familiar. Construction. Did we get the updated version of the Lauren book? Didn't we try to? What was it called? We looked her up. They said there was an updated version. Maybe we didn't look it up. What was her name? Lauren Roottrie. And that'll tell me her book again. Hold A Life Between Wars. That's what it was. Control C by Lauren Roottrie. But she's also losing her mind. When revisiting Lauren's book, there's a single passage that focuses on potential affairs in her immediate family. Well, that's fucking convenient. That's fucking convenient, man. Holds cruelty from Lauren's diary written in 63. It focused on the relationship between her mother and father. While it offered only redundant information during your previous investigation, it mentions the subject of affairs and may be more useful this time around. I am no stranger to true love. Jacob and I married at an age that most deem unfit for marriage, but he was also enlisting at an age that most deem unfit for war. We had no choice. I knew in my heart that our marriage was one for the ages. He and I would still be together today if not for Okinawa. That was nearly 20 years ago, but there's an emptiness in my soul. I do not understand my contemporaries. So many girls I went to school with have taken multiple lovers. So many of my girlfriends' husbands have been unfaithful. If I'm able to remain true to the ghost of a man with no chance of physical reciprocation, no potential for long conversation, how could it be so hard to love someone you can reach out and touch? Someone you can joke with? I have not had to deal with such madness at home. My parents are a perfect match. Oh, Lauren. Oh, no. In the worst way. Oh, no. My mother's cruelty is a perfect fit for my father's general spite. In turn, Pop's status enables her incessant need to gloat and feel superior. I have grown up with her cruelty and disdain for others my entire life. Even my family remains unspared. They make fun of my grandpop and his family sayings, blood is thicker than syrup, but nothing's thicker than Elias. They mimic Grandma Gwyneth's lisp and see her kindness as a weakness. Elias, please remember them. Wait, is it actually a lisp thing? The girl who you weren't joking. You said the girl who heard it had a lisp. I thought you were doing a meme. What the fuck, Beth? It's Beth. Holy. I can say without a doubt in my mind that my parents have never had eyes for anyone outside their marriage. They're too self-centered to look astray. This game was developed by a longtime Day 9 viewer. Wait, really? That's so sick. That's insane that you have to put the lisp together. Bess. I think we would have got there because like there's no other reason for Bess Williams, author. And then we just need a picture of Bess Williams. How do we find one? Oh, I have a picture of Bess Williams. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, okay, we finished the left side of the tree. We got Frank the Wildcat. We got Cricket Yastrzemski. Oh, the other kids. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine, because these... We don't have pictures, but they're also Yastrzemski. No, their first marriage. So this guy's last name has to be Yastrzemski, and he has a name. Sorry, Yast. It was in her thing. We can lock in her thing. Sherry's hair. Show about Sherry. It mentions that her husband Pete was her late husband's college roommate, so it's Pete Yastrzemski. Or Peter. And it was his roommate. Her first husband was his roommate. Whoa. And they started a charity together. Now, when we looked at charities, we saw a list of charities. EduC82U is a tutoring service. They have a deal with Liberty Library and feature some of the actors from the show and pictures on their website. According to the site, they provide tutoring for all the actors and actresses on the show to accommodate their shooting schedules. Nice. Included is Cricket York, who's seen in a photo labeled Cricket, and her brother is ready to learn from one of our talented tutors. Let's go. I mean, that's just easy freaking pickings. So we have older brother. We have second picture of Cricket. We have older brother. We have younger brother. We just need to find their last names. What is the other nonprofit? Corithmetic. Math Textbook Company, they were in the news when a primetime news program did a full comparison of their 4th edition and their 5th edition. Schools were complaining that the two editions seemed remarkably similar, but they were charging almost double. Classic. Between the two books, there was only 16 total changes. The most noticeable was that the cover was changed from a picture of a water droplet creating concentric rings on a lake to a close-up of a feather. This is just actually comedy. Damn. Huh. In Orlando. I wonder if there's a world where we can find what college they went to. Liberty Library, Sherry's hair, her first husband. Okay, wait, I actually know it's periodicals, and then it's like and then it's Cricket York. And it's gonna be in the kids magazine. What? What? Liberty Library. Okay. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. We could search the second husband. I'll tell you the reason I didn't want to is because I'm typing his last name. Peter. No, nothing. Search periodicals. No. Interesting. Dude, we're so close to done with this line. We just need a picture of Sharon Williams, which I don't know if we've actually just searched that. Go back to Sharon. No. Damn. Okay, I thought that was a decent thing. Now her kid's on a good baseball team. So let's look up the baseball kid in periodicals. What was the baseball kid's name? Mark with a C. What? You're fucking kidding me. Okay, they hate me. They freaking hate me. She's a hairdresser. Her first spouse is unknown. There's definitely a way to get a picture of him. There's definitely a way to get a picture of him. They started a charity, but it's not one of the charities in there. Unless we can get more information on EDU, whatever. One second. This. And then we go periodicals. Because they shuttered it, right? Whoops. Oh, come on, dude. True, the charity has... Yeah, we looked up the charity's webpage. It's this. See? They provide tutoring for actors on the show, Cricket York, Cricket and her brothers. There seems to be a small subsection of Liberty Library Bands who are deeply unsettled by the company's logo. Ugh. Ugh. Take me back to Sherry's Harry. There's got to be something in here. No. No. No, it didn't mention that the baseball team has multiple baseball accomplishments listed. Apparently his Little League team is nationally recognized. I mean, I could search like Little League World Series. But I don't think that's it. Oh, man. Dude, it feels like we're kind of close. There's not actually that much going on in this expansion. We're almost there. Also, this is wrong. Something's wrong here. Let's take away Robertson. And honestly, let's take away the picture. But I think that is her picture. It has to be a picture. He has it. It's just a different last name. Which should be in the confidential. It should be in the confidential. Joanna Robertson. Joanna Fellows. Yeah, she got married. What was her job? She was a secretary. It's got to be Joanna Robertson. Maybe the picture was just wrong? I don't... Wasn't her last job not retail? Oh, movie. What do you call it? She was a movie. She worked at a cashier. Is it really just the difference between cashier and secretary? I think secretary should work. Because she was a secretary when she did this. I think it's ridiculous to be looking at the affairs of someone and being like, well, actually, 30 years later, she was a cashier. And it's like, well, fuck you. That's like the dumbest pedantic thing. It's not, in fact, it's worse than pedantic. It is anti-helpful. Okay. We'll put cashier in then and see if it works. She's dead, so does her job matter? Yeah, and we're trying to figure out like the infidelities and when they happened. It matters. It matters. We never found out her husband. We unlocked Portland for her. And we weren't able to get any Joanna Robertson Portland in our periodicals. I'm pretty sure we searched this. Yeah. Okay, we need Sharon Williams, Orlando. We can do Barb Williams. We learned about that. She went to college with this guy. Does it say that she went to college in Barb's thing? In her story? No, not the fucking loaf. Get me away from the loaf. It said something about art. She ran away from home to the animal shelter. She borrowed my clothes for presentations at school, and her creativity allowed her to open up Sherry's hair. It took me far too long to realize beauty was always there too. No. I thought maybe she would say where they went to school. Gulp. Wait, also saying John Doe is kind of crazy. I guess it doesn't matter to the story though. Shit. Ludwig, the streamer, I know him as a salesman because he did that 10 years ago. Stanz probably. Brother, if we were talking about you're actually being so ridiculous about it. We're talking about affairs that a man in power, a president, had over his secretaries. We've got a goddamn predatory ring of secretaries. And you want me to mark that she's a goddamn Blockbuster cashier? What are we talking about, man? What are we talking about? It's always their current or last job. Yeah, I just think that's kind of goofy for this new world we're living in. I'm not saying that's not how the system works. I'm saying that's a little silly. Okay. There's definitely still... There's still a lot about Cicely Sanchez that we need to figure out. God damn. We need to find the photos. How? What if maybe we have new... Shit, go back one. Cicely me. What if we have new periodicals? No, it was Piketty before. Damn. Yeah. Pull from the store. Ruby Spratt versus Cicely Sanchez. I feel like Ruby might be in the pictures, dude. I'm so fucking confident that Ruby is in the family. The fact they want the most recent job but maiden names is so funny. Don't get me started. Don't get me goddamn started. Okay. God, that fish. That fish. We did Chris. November Roottrees. We did Brian Jones' website. There's nothing new for November Roottrees. Can you just search for a book called Van Gogh Biography by Cicely? List everyone as baby? Bro, at one point in their life, they were baby. Guy Hudson. I think we'll consider 1, 2, baby 1, and a half filled in as good for the day. As good for the day. I feel good about this, and I'm pretty sure this is right. We just don't know the original fellows. We need to know 5P's dad's name, but that's fine. We're also... Oh, this is probably not a picture of this secretary. Oh, also, maybe she did something else in her life. Oh, it's gonna not count secretary. It's gonna not count secretary because technically she fucking sold candy later in life. That is so annoying. No. Christine Farrow was hired. No longer because Christine Garland. When did Christine Garland leave? Christine Garland no longer works. All right, now I just gotta find Christine fucking Garland somewhere because he doesn't want her to be a secretary. Oh, man. Oh! Antonelli's. They got married. Trying to save up money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. Fuck it. Let's say she's a restaurateur. There's no restaurateur? There's only chef. Ah, shit. That could be her picture. And then maybe she's just something else. Waitress? I don't know, man. Okay, I gotta get out of here. My brain is melting. I appreciate you all watching. We will solve the infidelities of the Roottrees family in the future. Very happy that this one came together so quickly. And this one, honestly. We just need the cascade of Guy Hudson. You get one non-Roottrees in here and everything falls apart, bro. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. All right, appreciate you guys. See y'all on Monday. Make sure you follow the stream before you go. Follow the gaming channel. We should have a... Oh, actually, really important. We should have a new video on Maine new vid like in the next hour or two, and I wish everyone would go watch it. It's about the Minecraft journey. It's about beating Ludwig. It has hidden, never before seen footage of Ludwig's run. It's very cool and very good, and I hope you all like it. All right, I'll see you in the comments of the new video. Yippee!